Stand a brave Parnell and taught him well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Oh, it's Tuesday. How we doing, everyone? Happy Tuesday to you. Big pauses. That's right, Huskadoo. How we all doing? It's good to see you. What you up to? What's going down? I'm here. I'm live. I've got stream for you. What do you want? I got some cool stuff. I got some cool stuff to show you. I've been working on the stream all day. Well, I've been doing a whole bunch of stuff. I've been working on new alerts all day. Not that they're new. A lot of them are old, but some of them are new. Some of them are new, and I made them today. Yeah? I'll give you a little example. Hang on a hot minute. Hang on a hot minute. I mean, obviously, the joke of the go live tweet is that actually, like, you know, you would have to give me money to see these, but you don't. You don't, because I can just show them you. I can literally just show them you. Yeah, I can literally just show them you. I'm done stalling because I forget how to do it. Oh no, it's here. Okay. All right. So I got a whole bunch of new dono alerts. Right. I got a whole bunch of them. I'll just show them you all in it. We'll just do a little showcase. It'd be nice for everyone to see. Yeah. Nice for everyone to see. So we got this one. Oh. Yeah, got that one.
This is a test donation for £2.
Got that one. And then that's for £2, as the voice said. And then we've got the weed amount.
Hey, I want that one. My boy.
That's my favorite. That's one of my favorite alerts.
This is a test donation for £4.20.
I'm so glad it's back. I'm so glad it's back. Hi, Hurricane. Welcome to the stream. You know what? I should say hi to everyone as well, actually. Because we got loads of people in the chat already. I want to say hi to everyone first. Right. Okay. Hello, PBP. Welcome to the stream. Mendizabal, how are you doing? Middle-earth Marxist, what's up? Akel Steph, how are you? Gobs, how are you? B-Rat, what's going on? Huskadoo. Hope you're all doing great. Follotus Hammer, how's it going? And Hurricane, welcome everybody. I hope you're all doing great. And you should go follow Goblin Hugger because they're amazing. Anyway, right. So what was that one? That was the 420 one. That was the weed donation amount. That's if you donate exactly £4.20, right? It's going to be a bit difficult for the Americans to get the conversion on that right, but it should be. I think it is doable. The next one, you know, on this screen, I should actually move the alerts. I should move them like there over the chat because, you know, it's part of the chat, isn't it? And it just makes it a bit better. Right. Here's one for £5. This is what £5 and above gets you. That's me.
This is a test donation for £5.
That's me years ago when I was a gamer. Everyone enjoyed that, didn't you? If you ever want to donate an evil amount, yeah, I know. Whoa, that's what I looked like a while ago. If you ever want to be evil, like super evil, you could do this one.
It's me, Satan. Thanks for the money.
That one's a bit loud, actually. I should probably turn it down.
This is a test donation for £6.66.
And then we got at least a tenner. Classic one. Classic one, this one.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
And
this is a test donation for £10.
And this one, this one coming up is my favorite. This one coming up is my favorite chat. Okay, you ready? I need everybody. I don't care what you're doing. If you're playing a game while you're watching the stream, I need you to pause it. Right? If it's an Overwatch game or something like that. If you're playing one of those embarrassing games that you can't pause or whatever, I want you to throw the game for this. Yeah, because I spent a lot of time on this, and it's very funny. Okay, I need you all watching to make sure this is good. Right? You ready? Yeah. You're all ready. You're all ready, aren't you? You're all watching it, aren't you? Pause your maths nerd nonsense. Right? Stop it. Stop it. This is really important. Okay. This is for one of the more popular donation amounts. Yeah. So long.
Why are you crying?
Why did it make it this long?
Fuck the police.
It's so long. It's so long. It's
This is a test donation for £13.12.
It's like... Wait, what? Steph! Steph, thanks for the 1312. Let's see those 1312s in the chat.
Why are you crying?
It's just...
Fuck the police.
This is a test donation for £13.12. JK lol.
Steph, thank you so much for the 1312. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. That was an actual dono amongst the test donos. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Okay, thanks very much. It's so long. It's gonna... That Policia, is it from my area? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's from, I can't remember. Sarajevo? That was where that particular one was from. That picture of the cop crying is like, the little thing underneath it said a picture of a cop crying, a picture of a police officer crying because Sarajevo was being overrun by youths or something. And I just thought it was so funny. I had to have that in there. So there you go. There's the 1312. Then we've got £20.
Vagina.
This is a test donation for £20.
I think that's also going to be a popular one. It's quite quiet though. It's quite quiet. Just in case anybody missed it. Why is it going? Why is it? What's happening? Why is it not? Why is it not? Why is it not? Why is it still there? Why won't it stop? Oh, it's on for 42 seconds for some reason. Yeah, it's way shorter than that. No. It's not 42 seconds. No, it's not. It's not. Right, let's try that again.
Vagina.
This is a test donation for £20.
There you go. There you go. Vagina. What's the next one? £30? £30 and above?
Salome.
Classic.
Salome. Salome.
The classic, it's back.
Salome. 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 Salome.
This is a test donation for £30.
I've missed that one quite a lot, actually. I'm glad that one's back. £40. Another classic.
This is a test donation for £40.
All right, 50 quid, 50 squids. You get the emergency naan. Emergency naan bread for your face.
This is a test donation for £50.
I might come up with a better one for that because I think these are all like references to Vic and Bob that people just don't get. 60 quid.
You've enjoyed listening to me memories, haven't you? Do you remember Dirty Den?
Do you remember
This is
Dirty
a
Den?
test donation for £60.
Do you remember Dirty Den? 69.
Would you like to fuck me?
It's a classic. Another
This
classic.
is a test donation for £69.
Another classic. Yeah.
A dandelion must be the last one of the season.
This is a test donation for £70.
They're just fucking. They just get fucking stupid. They just get fucking stupid. The higher up the number goes, they just get more stupid. What's this one? That's
This
a classic.
is a test donation for £80.
Anyone ever wants to donate £80, you know you're going to be getting our wares. £90.
This is a test donation for £90.
It's fucking Steve Walsh. Yeah, these are all like memes from my stream from like 2 or 3 years ago. So if no one understands them, it's fine. But the cop one is the main one, really. That's the main one that I wanted to showcase. But this final one for £100, it's an ode to my so one of my favorite shows, one of the best shows in the world, on the world.
This is a test donation for £100.
Bit of an Eric Andre moment. So there you go. Got loads of new alerts, old alerts for you to enjoy. So it's no longer just that stereotypical chick-ching sound when you donate. And thanks for testing it. Thanks for testing it, Steph. You should start your streams like that, Mule. Smash some shit. You know, you have no idea how much I actually want to do that, Husker. You have no idea how much I want to recreate the Eric Andre show for my own stream. That would be so good. That would be so good. But anyway, how's everyone doing? What's going on? How is your day? I've had a lot of scran. And, you know, I'm used to being, like, super fatigued and feeling gross and shit like that. So I haven't really, like, fucking noticed how you feel when you eat a lot of food over the last 9 months. And I'm just literally coming back into that fucking frame of feeling. It's like, oh my god, I actually feel like not gross. I just feel like I'm having a food coma moment. You know what I mean? I'm so tired, but not in like the gross fatigue way. So it's all good. The fatigue hasn't come back or anything. It's just like I've had a lot of scran. I'm ready for bed. Excuse me. Hey, video president, how you doing? Chet Hanks, why did you say that? Why did you say that in the chat? I don't know what you mean. Well done, Margaret Thatcher's girl power. She did have girl power, didn't she? She did. Pre-recorded starting soon screen of you smashing stuff. Or I could just play it when the counter stops. But starting soon, couldn't I? And that could be the start to the show. And I could maybe have, like, the green screen go like the curtain does in the Eric Andre show. That'd be really good. I picked up some groceries and it was so expensive somehow. I fucking hate grocery shopping. It's one of the worst things. So solidarity feels gross, feels awful. What else have I got to talk to you about? I've got loads of stuff I've been doing. I uploaded a bunch of stuff today. Was that today that I uploaded my first ever political stream? I did. Yeah, I did. Chat, today I uploaded my first ever political stream. And everyone's probably wondering, like, what does that mean? What are you fucking talking about, bro? Well, actually, what it means is on my Patreon, yeah, on my Patreon, you can get hold of the first ever political stream that I did, which is really, really weird. I think I was talking about it briefly yesterday. It was so weird to watch it. Just like how most of my politics has basically stayed the same. But I've got, like, more progressive over the last 4 or 5 years. Yeah, it's nearly 5 years. It's nearly 5 years since my first ever political stream. It was broadcast on the 14th of October, 2019. And it's me kind of just, like, going through Reddit. So if you want to check that out, head over to the link tree, get to the Patreon, and subscribe at £5. I'm just like slouching down in my chair more and more and more. The more that I'm live, I'm gonna be underneath the camera shot here in a minute. Oh god, I had so much pasta chat Like an absolutely ridiculous amount of pasta. It was such a... this is it. It's pasta, man. I'd forgotten that pasta does this to you. Because I just used to feel like this, but worse, all the time. And it's like, oh no, yeah, no, pasta fucks you up, man. It fucks you up so much. Oh. Anyway. Tom really does remind me of Hannibal. Yeah, he's got that very, like, blasé attitude when he tells his jokes. He's got his very blasé attitude when he tells his jokes. So I did that today, and what else did I do? I've got a new cat toy for Tom coming tomorrow. Let me see if I can get a picture of it for you. It's called the Ratatouille. Yeah, here we go. Let's see if I can get a picture of it. Yeah, I'm so excited. Oh, how do I get this? Oh, here we go. Check it out. Oh, zoom in a little bit. There you go. There it is. It's like a little Ratatouille fella. And hopefully it's going to drive the boy insane. And it's going to make him work out all that extra energy that he has from his new diet. His new diet of fucking raw food. That has definitely, like, increased his energy levels to an absurd degree. After Red Planet on Sunday night, I was talking to Conrad and Tim, who have both got cats, yeah. And I said, listen, lads, is there a point where the cat will just, like, eventually stop being as energetic? And they just fucking laughed at me. They just fucking laughed at me, chat. They were like, no, dude, you just gotta wear them fuckers out. You gotta wear those fuckers out. So I'm excited to be able to get back to that today. Because at the moment, I'm being serious, chat. All he's got, because he absolutely fucking destroyed his other toy, which was like, it was one of these, but it had like a bunch of feathers on it. I think I've probably shown it on a stream or something. But he fucking destroyed it. Like, he absolutely fucking destroyed it. And so now there's just this little red nubbin left on his toy that I guess, like, you know, he's just like obsessed with still somehow. It was like when he destroyed it, it looked like it turned into a new toy for him because he started hissing at it straight away. He was like batting it around and like going that was so weird, but that's what he's playing with at the moment, and it works to a degree. But you could definitely tell, like, I think cats have, like, a sort of, like, interesting body language. And you can, when you've been hanging around one for at least, like, a few months, you can kind of tell, like, yeah, this guy's bored. He's super bored. He's, like, looking at this little red thing, and he's like, this ain't right, man. This is no good. No bueno. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting this for him tomorrow. I'm gonna film it. So don't worry. I'll probably put that in the Discord if people wanna check that out. So there you go. That's what I'm getting, Tom. That's on the way. It's in the post from tomorrow. It's from a company called Purrs in Our Hearts. And if you go to the website, it's really, really weird. It's really, really weird. It's like an old one. Old website that, like, they've not changed it in fucking decades. Excuse me. I'll put it in the chat so people can see it. Next thing we know, Mule's gonna carpet one of his walls so Tom can zoomies on it. You know, you say that, but I have been, like, thinking about actually putting a couple of shelves on the wall so that you can, like, traverse across them and stuff. And there's another thing that I wanted to do. If at the end of this month, if we have a good month, yeah, if we have a good month, stream-wise, dono-wise, hint, I'm probably gonna get him another one of these cheap Amazon, like, cat tree things. Yeah, it's honestly, look, it's cat dad behavior. It's for real cat dad behavior, chat. I love him very much. He's my shining boy. Oh, that's also what I wanted to tell you. I was grooming him today because I've gotten into the habit of just like grooming him now. And it's interesting because it's like he acts like it's really, really bad. But I think that it's most likely because he just simply, you know, gets really, really agitated because of the, you know, they don't like the getting touched on the back and stuff and on their legs and on their arms and what have you. So it's like you gotta groom him as much as you can, right? Because there are various reasons why. One of the reasons why is because he's got fleas still, and so I did a whole bunch of grooming on him today, and we got fucking 4 fleas off him, 4 fleas. So I'm pretty fucking happy with that. I have a feeling that might be the last of them. I'm not entirely sure because he has his Advocate, which is the flea medication or whatever. He has that at the start of the month. He's had that for 2 months in a row now. And I think that what it does, because you put it at the back of their neck, I think that it like slowly sort of like gets all sort of like down their body kind of thing. It kind of like drips down their body and they start like messing with it and trying to get it off, and then they rub it all over themselves and that shit. And I think it pushes the fleas to like the bottom of the body, because I was like basically grooming him all up along his tail today, and that's where I found the fleas. So it's like, okay, they were kind of like hiding there to escape the Advocate. And it seems that I got him. But it's also worrying because it's like, damn, I really gotta stay on top of like hoovering and getting all the fucking like flea eggs and shit like that. I gotta just start cleaning. But I guess, well, I say start cleaning like I don't clean my gaff. Like I gotta clean more regularly. But it's a good thing that, you know, my fatigue is actually like gone now, because that means that I'm able to actually clean my gaff more regularly and more thoroughly, you know? Johnny, how you doing? Good to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you, is what I meant to say. Glad you got the flipping fleas sorted mostly. Yeah, I'm going to have to, like, wash his little carry case, because I think there's probably a few in there. And I'm going to have to, like, scrub a couple of his, like, scratching posts. And do some hoovering and stuff like that, because there's going to be some eggs in there and shit like that, and it's not going to be... Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a pain, really, to get rid of all of them. But I think we're quite on top of it for the time being. I feel itchy whenever I think of fleas. Yeah, I think that's like a normal reaction, because I get that too. As soon as I saw the flea, when I got it up with the comb on him earlier today, I was like, oh, you know, you just want to fucking, like, scratch yourself and shit, you know? No worries, Mendezabel. Thank you so much for hanging out. See you later. Fleas are a huge pain. Man had fleas once and it was so bad. I mean, he's only ever had like a few, because, you know, you got to remember he's a white and orange cat. Like, you could see little, you know, they're just little like brown things like messing around in him. Do you know what I mean? And it's like you could see him a mile off. So if he had like a lot, you would definitely be able to tell. So I really think that those 4 were probably like the last of the few that he had on him, and they could even be babies. I don't know. They could have even be babies. They might have even just like hatched out of a bit of carpet the other day or something. That's what I mean. Yeah, you got to break the egg cycle, Gobs. Yeah, it's hard. Things that kill eggs won't kill adults. Yeah, right. That's it. Mine had it bad. I had a little black cat and they really loved it. Yeah, no, it's really bad. It's so hard when it's a black cat, because you can't like see him as easy in the fur. It's really schneid. But yeah, you gotta, this is the thing. This is why you gotta keep your gaff clean, and you gotta hoover all the time. Because they are actually like laying eggs all over the place, and they'll fall off the cat. Or they might even jump off the cat, lay some eggs somewhere, and then jump back on the cat when it comes back. And it's crazy. It's just like, how do you get rid of all those? That fucking insulin spike is going away now, chat. And I can, like, feel myself get more energized. It's so wild that that's, like, a thing that I just, like, didn't notice that much. Being better is so weird, chat. Honestly, it's, like, so fucking weird. I'm so blessed, but, like, it's just such a weird way to experience life. Been sick for, like, 9 months, and then all of a sudden I'm, like, better. It's also warm today. It's also pretty nice and warm. I'm pretty happy about that. Vacuumed and cleaned everything all the time till they were gone. The medicine I put on the back of the neck did wonders, though. Yeah, that Advocate stuff is pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty smart, innit? I don't know if it's Advocate where you're from, but, yeah. That's what it is over here. Same with fungal gnats on houseplants. That's true, Steph. And I'm also getting back into gardening. Shall I show you my first little projects of the year? Yeah, and I'm really excited to be getting back into gardening. I'll go and get it. I'll go and get it rapid for you. I'll have to turn off the green screen because it's green. So, my incredibly powerful... Let's see how invisible these are. Oh, yeah, they're pretty fucking invisible. So, what's this music? Oh, B-Rat. Holy shit, this is... No, pass. What is it? PlayStation 2... Hang on a second. I'll find out for you. I'll find out for you real quick. It's one of those PlayStation 2 drum and bass playlists. PlayStation 2 drum... No, not PlayStation 2. PlayStation drum and bass. Hey, Prince, what's going on? Welcome in. It's this one in particular. Ryland Kirshanoff. I don't know at what point in the mix this tune is, but you'll be able to find it in there. There you go. There you go. In fact, you know what I should do? I should create a command. I should create a command for that. Oh, chat. We're so smart. We are so smart. Let's create a command for that. New command. Music. The background... music Mule uses is either of these two mixes from what's his name? Ryland Kirshanoff. And we'll have that one there. And then the other one is this one. PlayStation Jungle Mix 7 and PlayStation Jungle Mix 4 and 5. That's what they're called. 1 and 2. And now that should work. If I go to music. Oh, look at that. I'm telling you, chat, I was training in Goku's Gravity Gym. I was training in fucking Goku's Gravity Gym for 9 months. How good is that? How good am I? Right, okay, anyway. Enough about that. You all want to see my plants, don't you? Right, look. Look at that. Look at that. What's going on there? What is that? Chat, does anyone want to hazard any guesses of what this is? What is this? What are you looking at? Got another one here for you. What is it? It's a tomato! Let's go! We got some budding green-fingered chatters out there. I'm very impressed. Yeah, it's tomato plants. Specifically, my extremely powerful extremely powerful tomato plant that survived a big drought that I made it go through last year because it had fungal gnats. That's what reminded me of it. And because I couldn't be bothered raising them from seed again, I decided to just try and do a transplant. And it seems to be going okay. This one's struggling a little bit because you can see in the water there. Well, you can't really see because I put the green screen back on like a fucking dozy Burke. There we go. You could just kind of see, if you look closely there, that the root that's come out is not quite submerged in the water. So I'm gonna refill that in a hot minute. But this one has got a few. This one has got a few roots sticking out there. Why is it not focusing? Please focus for me. Or maybe it's just because it's underwater. I don't know. It's got a few roots growing there. So in a week or so, it'll probably be ready to plant. Very, very excited. Thing you could do for gnats is put some tape stick. I don't have gnats anymore. The gnats are not a problem anymore. Don't worry about that. I grew cherry tomatoes last year. They're so tasty. Oh, yeah. So fucking good, honestly. The ones that grew from this plant tasted really, like, meaty. I don't know how to describe it. It was like a really meaty flavor. It was so bizarre, but it was very, very nice. So I'm excited to plant these two transplants because it's a very strong plant. And I didn't get too much of a yield, you know. I didn't get too much of a yield last year. So because of my illness, as they started to, like, flower, when I started to get sick and I was getting really mad that I couldn't get rid of the gnats and I just gave up and just let them suffer a drought for a long time. So very exciting. Very exciting. And so, in other garden updates, I'm gonna be like, it's a bit stupid because it's past winter now, it's spring now. But I kept meaning to do this thing called overwinter my pepper plants. You know, I got the jalapeno plant and the capsicum plant. I meant to do this thing called overwintering them, but I never got round to it. So I'm actually gonna trim them all back tomorrow. I'm planning on doing this tomorrow. So I'm going to trim them all back and wait for them to sprout some new green leaves. And then I'm going to put them in a new pot. And hopefully that should be very exciting. Yeah, it's warm enough to start planting again at the minute. Mr. Piece of Work says it wants soil. Yeah, not just yet, Mr. Piece of Work, but also welcome to the stream. Hello, 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 hello. The question mark SI equals bit of the YouTube links can be chopped off to make that look a bit tidier. Does it not look tidy? Hang on a minute. Why? Wait a second. Why? Why does it have all that? So just question mark after question mark SI equals. All of that can be gone. Let's give that a go. Yeah, I'll be putting them in some soil next week, yeah. Literally just get rid of that. Right, do they still work? Peppers could go year-long if you're keeping them warm. My brother keeps his round in Florida, just brings them inside for the cold snaps. Yeah, but they need to get more flowers, and they're not flowering at all. Oh, you're right. That does work, Steph. Oh, that's fucking perfect. Well, there you go. Thanks for letting me know. Great. Very, very good. Very, very based. So yeah, very exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff, chat. I'm living my life again, and it feels very good. In case you or anyone else gets them again. Yeah, defo. Thank you, Gobs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, we've gone through it all. And the final thing that I got to update you on today. Feed might be in order. Something with potassium. Defo. Or just, I'm sure just putting them in new soil would be good for that, right? I'm sure that would be the case. Discrot, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. I don't know what the extra bit does, but it's been happening for the past few months. Yeah, that's fucking wild, Steph. No idea what that is. Plants tend to grow in water roots as opposed to soil roots, and so they fail in soil when you plant them out. All right, well, I was just following some advice on this YouTube channel that seems to be pretty good at gardening, so... I mean, this is specifically cherry tomato plants in it, do you know what I mean? And this person just said, yeah, you could transplant them like that in it. Do you know what I mean? New soil should have the extra nutrients. In pots, they go through it super fast. Yeah, it's true. It's a shame because, like, I just really want a garden in it, you know what I mean? But I'm sure I'll get one soon. In my life, at some point, I'll get enough money to get a gaff with a garden. You know, or we'll have housing liberation and I can just ask for a gaff with a garden. Anyway. You can also put some liquid tomato feed in the current pot. Yeah, I kind of want to make my own liquid tomato feed. I don't want to start doing that quite a lot. But yeah, what's the only other bit of news? The only other bit of news I got to update you with is that I actually spoke to the doctor today, my new doctor. I don't know if I told anyone in the chat, anyone in the community or the Discord or anything, that I finally got a new doctor. Much better than the last one already. Gave me a ring today to talk about the fatigue stuff, and I told her, I was like, yeah, so listen, basically, I've got, you know, I've gotten better. And she was like, okay, that's really interesting. And she did kind of confirm the things that we were thinking, that we were theorizing about it, that, like, you know, she said it probably isn't just because of the piercing, and it probably isn't just because you were sick. It's probably a combination of both. And the fact that you've, like, figured it out and you feel a lot better now, really, really good. So yeah, that was really, really exciting to hear that, like, confirmed from the doctor. She said, just keep an eye on it. And if you do start getting, like, some of the other symptoms that you mentioned, just remember there's a really high pollen count in town at the moment. So you might be experiencing that kind of stuff because of that. But pop a fucking antihistamine and you should figure it out. And I'm like, all right, sound. And then I said, don't suppose you could have a look at my tinnitus? And she went, yeah, I'll get you on a fucking appointment next week. I was like, incredible. Absolutely incredible. I've lived in town for, like, fucking almost 10 years. Over 10 years, yeah? Over 10 years. And if I'd have asked that at my old GP, they would have said, oh, well, you've got to do that on the online form. We can't do it in-house. We can't do it over the phone. They just did it all over the phone for me. I'm just like, oh my God, fucking hell. It's like having a normal doctor again. Mental. Absolutely fucking mental. So that's all good. I've done it. Yeah, next fucking week. I mean, they're just going to have a look in my ear, right? So what will probably happen is they'll have a look in my ear and they'll be like, either there's no wax in there, sorry, you're fucked, you got tinnitus for the rest of your life, or, okay, there's some wax in there, let's try and clear it out, maybe that'll sort it out, basically. Because it does feel like a bit gross, do you know what I mean? And when I, like, go like this with me jaw, it feels like, it really feels like it's moving some shit around, you know what I mean? So fingers crossed it is something like that, and if I get him syringed, it'll be all good. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, final update in the Just Chatting segment. Movie night. I finally figured out what it is we're going to watch on movie night. The two movies, we discussed this yesterday. We're going to watch I, Daniel Blake and Heavy Metal. If anyone knows about Heavy Metal, it's like a really fucking rad, gnarly 1981 animated science fiction, paranormal, bizarre, trippy cartoon from the 80s, literally 1981. And I didn't know, but it was a Canadian production. So it's from ye old Canada, land known as Canada. And yeah, I've not watched it in ages. And someone got me thinking about it recently. It's an animated anthology based on a comic book. That's right. Hey, one who reads. Hey, Mr. Dank. I've seen it like 3 times. Yes, there's lots of boobs in it. There's a lot of boobs in it. You watched it recently with pals? Yeah, it's a really good movie. So we're going to watch I, Daniel Blake, which is pretty depressing. Pretty depressing, but also a bit hopium-pilled as well. And then we're going to watch Heavy Metal. So very, very excited. Very, very excited to bring you that. And we're so close, chat. We are so close to hitting the midway goal to unlock movie night. We already had a 1312 dono today in the chat, yeah? We already had one. Triggering some of the new alerts. I've got new dono alerts, in case you didn't know, chat. People who've come in, yeah? And they didn't know. We got new dono alerts. And I've already done the showcase, so I won't be showing them again. You're going to have to just figure out. You're just going to have to figure out what the dono alerts are. But Ken Loach equals depressing. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Ken Loach film, you're going to get depressed. It's like, it's just about life in the north of England, innit? You know what I mean? Anyway. So we've had one dono of 1312 from Catgirl Steph. Thank you so much. We need literally 4 more donos of a similar nature to hit today's dono goal. Can we do it, chat? Can we do it? Basically, we need either 8 donos of £5 donos, yeah? Or 4 £10 donos. And that's today's dono goal done. And we will easily smash the £300 midway goal. We can do it, chat. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. Look at how much better I've made the stream for you. Doesn't this deserve some money? I've been working my ass off. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. Right. We got stream for you. We got stream for you. We're going to start off, as always, jumping into the politics category. So get your hazmats on, chat. It's time to wade into Twitter. And we got a whole bunch of bullshit to look through today. So, strap in. We're going in. We're going in hard. First thing we're going to look at is this tweet from the Trade Union Congress. So 2 years after this government promised action on P&O, ITV revealed that they are still paying their staff below the minimum wage. So P&O, in case you didn't know, they're a cruise ship company. And cruise ship companies fucking suck, don't they? For a multitude of reasons. So there's a little video here. Let's see what Trade Union Congress got to say.
If you look closely at the side of this P&O ferry, you will see it is registered in Cyprus. This is how P&O exploits a gap in the law. Seafarers who work on foreign registered ships in international waters and who are employed by an agency outside the UK do not need to be paid the UK minimum wage. When P&O sacked its seafarers, there was outrage. The government condemned the company's behaviour and warned there would be consequences. Grant Shapps, who was then Transport Minister, accused P&O of acting like pirates of the high sea. He asked the Insolvency Service to investigate P&O's conduct as a matter of urgency. They will have to pay the minimum wage. Grant Shapps told MPs the government would change the law to force P&O to improve pay. He said the company needed to give back the £11 million of furlough money it received during the pandemic. And he said P&O's chief executive, Peter Hebblethwaite, had to go. 2 years on, and Mr. Hebblethwaite is still in post, P&O still has the furlough money, and the company hasn't faced any financial penalty.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. They do not give a fuck. Fuck them cruise ships, yo. Fuck them cruise ships. I got a meme for this somewhere. Hold up, chat. I'm pretty sure I got a meme for this. Yeah, here we go. Right there. Right there. Comrade Orca is watching you, capitalist scum. You know it. You know it. Solidarity. Solidarity and all power to Comrade Orca. Anyway, what we got next? Up next, we got some absolutely insane shit from the Israel Twitter account once again. So what do we got here? Market scenes in Nuseirat, Central Gaza. Yesterday, March 18th. So this is supposed to imply that actually there's no starvation in Gaza and everything's fine, despite the fact that there is like no confirmation really that this is in Gaza at the current moment. There's just no proof really. It's just like, yeah, this is definitely a market in Gaza yesterday, everyone. Definitely. You know, count the fingers. That's a good point. That's a good point. If we counted the fingers, if we counted everyone's fingers in this photo. But rightfully so. This person on Twitter pointed out, you know who else was sharing pictures of markets of proof that a population wasn't being starved? The Nazis. And so what's this? Oh! Let's go, chat.
Why are you crying?
Fuck the police.
That's fucking right.
Nobody should do anything illegal to these ships.
Philosopher, thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch with the 1312. All we need is 2 more donos of a similar nature, and we will hit that halfway dono goal and the daily dono goal. Thank you so much. I just opened the stream on YouTube to like it and got double yakety sacks. That's incredible. Fuck yeah. Let's go. What an alert. What an alert. I spent literally hours making that today, chat, but that's only because I was struggling very hard to turn the video into a WebM. And that was just my own incompetence, really. But anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the second dono of the night. Thank you so much for the 1312 for Lotter's Hammer. Yeah, 2 more donos. 2 more £10 donos. And that will be it. And if we get 1 more dono in the next minute or so, we'll have an unofficial hype train. Think about that, chat. Yeah? New dono alerts. New potential... no, not new. Just the potential unofficial hype train. But anyway, let's go back to this bit. So this was an image that was shared supposedly by Nazis. Jewish vendors selling vegetables at an open-air market in the Warsaw ghetto. You know? So rightfully pointing that out over there. Next up, we got some incredible bullshit. J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk have both taken aim at Scotland's new hate crime laws, which are set to come into effect next month. Rowling has said that she will not delete social media posts that could breach the new hate crime laws, which she branded ludicrous. And I think, chat, that this is going to be very, very funny indeed. So let's have a little read of this article, if it lets us. I'm not sure if we can actually read the National here without a subscription. Will it let us do it? It looks like it will. Stream's dying. Okay, stabilized. Let's take a little look and see. Oh my god, this fucking ad right here. Okay, here we go. Billionaires J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk have both taken aim at Scotland's new hate crime laws, which are set to come into effect next month. Rowling, best known for writing the Harry Potter book series. I don't know about that. chat. I don't think she's best known for that anymore. I'm going to be real. I think she's best known for being an absolutely brain-poisoned transphobe. Anyway, she said she will not delete social media posts that could breach the new hate crime laws, which she branded ludicrous. Yeah, but Joanne, you live in Scotland, so you're subject to those laws. So you might have to, I'm afraid. You might actually have to. The controversial legislation will make it an offense to stir up hatred against protected characteristics, including age, disability, religion, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Who's writing this shit? Who are you? Xander Eliards? Controversial? What's controversial about it, Xander? What's controversial about making something an offense to stir up hatred against protected characteristics? Incredible. Concerns have been raised over the political criminalization of freedom of expression. The Author 58 was joined in attacking the Hate Crime and Public Order Scotland Act, which comes into effect on April 1st, by Tesla boss Musk. The South African-born billionaire criticized the new Scottish laws in response to a post from Malaysian right-wing influencer Ian Miles Chong. Chung had summarized a story in the Herald about training which police are to receive around policing the new bill. He wrote, under the new hate crime law, people who make fun of or misgender trans people, make racial jokes or criticisms of certain religions, or criticize migrants can be prosecuted. The different ways in which a person may communicate material to another person are by displaying, publishing, or distributing the material, for example, on a sign, on the internet, through websites, blogs, podcasts, social media, etc., either directly or by forwarding or repeating material that originates from a third party through printed media such as magazine publications or leaflets. Chiong added, repeat a joke you heard online or show someone a spicy meme or commentary of a transgender person or mass migration on your live stream and you too will be arrested. Okay, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna fucking happen. He's talking shit. Yeah? Incredibly funny. Incredibly funny. To be honest, they're kind of pessimistic. Lots of people don't pay attention and just want to like Harry Potter, so most people do know her for being the author, although everyone should know her as a gender fascist. Yeah, but those people don't matter. That's the end of that, isn't it? Yes! Right. Anyway, sharing Chiong's post, Musk wrote, an example of why it is so important to preserve freedom of speech. Or normal. Same dance that they always do when this stuff happens. Hey, Dungeon Sub-Boss, how you doing? Hello, hello, hello. Mass migration, the codes these fash come up with. Well, look, you know, what he's saying is, if you show someone a spicy meme, right, a spicy meme, like to fucking Ian Miles Chung, a spicy meme is just racism, right? That's the thing. And like, commentary of a transgender person. Well, it wouldn't just be commentary of a transgender person, would it, Ian? It would be transphobia. Yeah? There's a difference. Right? You might have transphobic commentary of a transgender person, or you might have positive commentary of a transgender person. And I don't think positive commentary would get you done. Kind of sounds like it's outlawing stochastic terrorism, yeah? Sounds pretty good. Canada did this dance and it always launches a few new cranks into popularity. Yeah, for sure. So we got Elon Musk. Obviously, he's mad because it means that he's going to have to start doing like... Oh, shit. I did not want to go to Twitter. He's going to be mad because he's going to have to like do stuff. He's going to have to do stuff on Twitter as a result of that. Rowling has been criticized, highly critical of the new hate crime legislation, arguing the police are going to be very busy when it becomes law. Okay, they are not. Right? They are not. For two reasons, yeah? One, because the police actually don't care that much about hate crimes. Sorry, but that's just the truth, right? This is why all cops are bastards. Secondly, there isn't that much of it going on, particularly in Scotland per se, right? Scotland, of all countries in Europe, not that bad, actually, when it comes to like progressive stuff, right? There's a minority, and it's a minority in most countries, mind you, but the minority is a bit bigger in places like England and Wales and Ireland, you know? Scotland seems to be pretty good, just in general. Rowling became embroiled in a misgendering row with a trans broadcaster, India Willoughby, which saw police in Northumbria clear her of criminality after she stated India is cosplaying as a misogynistic male fantasy of what a woman is. Right, this is the thing. So, like, hate crime laws in England anyway, it's just like they don't give a fuck, yeah? Now writing on X, the author responded to messages that she should delete the comments prior to the new Scottish law coming into effect. Rowling wrote, "If you genuinely imagine I'd delete posts calling a man so as not to be prosecuted under this ludicrous law, stand by for the mother of all April's Fool's jokes." She really is one of the most terrible writers of all time, isn't she? Like, she doesn't even write good tweets. In his whole Don Lemon interview, he kept saying Twitter does not censor and only complies with what the law says, and along comes a law that explicitly calls him on his horse shit. Yep. Hope Scotland manages to claw itself out of the UK. Me too. Me fucking too, Discrot. The comments seem removed from the author's previous statements. In 2020, she had written, "I respect every trans person's right to live in any way that feels authentic and comfortable to them. I'd march with you if you're discriminated on the basis of being trans." Responding to Rowling's more recent comments, Willoughby said the author had definitely committed a crime. She added, "I'm legally a woman. She knows I'm a woman and she calls me a man. It's a protected characteristic." Willoughby also took to social media after the police ruling to state she had received an avalanche of hate and abuse, including death threats, adding, "I don't feel safe." Rowling said she had also received a significant amount of murder and torture threats. Rowling also has been a first critic of Scottish Government's gender reform plans, arguing the proposals would have infringed on women's safety. But she's chatting shit, isn't she, chat? She's chatting fucking rubbish. So it'd be really funny if J.K. Rowling has to delete tweets. That'll be dead funny. That'd be really, really funny. She's desperate to be a victim, isn't she? She is. She really is. Where, you know, she kind of is a victim in one regard, isn't she? She's a victim of being a terrible author. Yeah? She's a victim of bad writing. She's a victim of thinking she's really good, but she's not. More jokes coming your way. Okay, anyway. We got some more stuff regarding transphobia and figures in transphobic circles. We got some updates on Shara Ali. Now, electoral politics we know is a bit of a joke, but Shara Ali made a bid. If you don't know who this guy is, he is the horrific. Generation Why Me? Listen, we're gonna be talking about that in a little while. So stay tuned, yeah? Stay tuned. So Shara Ali, yeah? Basically one of the most transphobic people in the Green Party. There's like a minority of Green Party members who are like super transphobic. I actually know someone who is in the Green Party, and she was complaining quite a lot that, like, you know, at Green Party conferences, they have like a small like subsection of Green Party members who are just like, trans people are blah, blah, blah. But again, it's like, it's a minority, right? It's not like Labour, it's not like the Tory party for sure. But Shara Ali was one of the main sort of figureheads of transphobia in the Greens, and he had a bid to be London Federation of Green Party's Equality and Inclusion Officer, and he only got 32% of the vote in a vote that only had him on the docket. Aww. Incredible. And 67% voted instead to reopen nominations. Let's fucking go. Absolutely incredible. And even to further compound this point, that transphobia is just simply not a popular, topic in any kind of progressive party. This person here, A4 Antoinette Fernandez, is actually like, progressive, feminist, pro-trans, and she got 96% of the vote. 96% of the vote. So, absolutely incredible. So, great news over there from the Green Party, you know. I'm feeling a bit more, like, happy to potentially be voting Green in the upcoming general election, with things like this happening, so pretty exciting. Wolf.exe, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate that. It's always threatening to the rich white woman's safety when other women are allowed to feel safe too. That's very true. billions of dollars and this is a hobby? Pathetic! At least get into collecting expensive weird shit more. Why can't billionaires be cool with their money? It's true. It's true. We're talking about J.K. Rowling again here. It would be funny if she had to delete tweets. Funnier if she had to pay huge sums of cash to trans charities. Yeah, that would be fucking funny. That would be fucking funny. So fingers crossed that something like that happens. Anyway, into some more completely absurd shit on Twitter. We got Dan Sanderson here, whoever he is. Scotland correspondent at The Telegraph, right? So he's a quote-unquote journalist. Humza Yousaf's parents accused of displaying images which advocate the annihilation of Israel and Jews with anti-Semitic window displays at family businesses. And here's the images. Yeah. Here's the images. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Yeah. I'm not seeing it. I don't know about you, chat. I don't know about you, but I'm... Where's the annihilation of all Jews, dude? Where is it? What do you think about the current Green Party stance on nuclear power? Don't talk to me about nuclear power. Don't talk to me about nuclear power. Listen, genuinely speaking, if I'm gonna vote for the Greens, it's because they're the literally like least. It's a protest vote. I don't even think that they're gonna fucking get in. Do you know what I mean? But if they did get in, they would still be markedly better than Labour or the Tories, right? Hey Val, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. So yeah, we got some top quality journalism from Dan Sanderson over here. Next up, we got this shit. We got Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins over here. This is an absolutely quality tweet, chat. We spoke about this. Spoke about this in the Discord today because I had to post this in the Discord because it's just such a brain boy tweet, like big brain boy tweet. Richard Dawkins says, those who say sex is a spectrum don't realize how rare intersex humans are. Frequency histogram runs out of graph paper, so represent frequency of unambiguous males and females by New York's Twin Towers, respectively. The frequency of intersexes is a medium-sized molehill. Sex is binary. Like, okay. First of all, this bit here truly sounds like he's having a stroke. Like, I'm genuinely worried, yeah? I'm genuinely worried about this man's health. Who am I kidding? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But, you know, frequency histogram runs out of graph paper, so represent frequency of unambiguous males and females by New York's Twin Towers, respectively. Does he think that 9/11 didn't happen? Does he think that 9/11 didn't happen or something? I don't understand. What is he talking about? What is he trying to say? What is he on about? Mr. President, a second trans has hit the gender. That's right. I know. What Twin Towers? What is he on about? What is he talking about? Oh, God. Oh, there was just like a certain category of like old white man who was like given a platform years ago to talk about one thing that they were like super intelligent on. And then they just become a hack about everything else. So it's kind of like Norman Finkelstein, right? Norman Finkelstein, really, really good on Israel-Palestine, just absolutely shit with everything else, yeah? But saying that, I'm not even certain how good Richard Dawkins is with atheism, because a lot of the fucking New Age atheist people were just all about being Islamophobic, weren't they? You know what I mean? So there's that as well. Yeah, Richard Dawkins over here just having his brain leaking out of his ears on twitter.com. So we got some tiny face Charlie Kirk shit going on here. Let's have a little listen and see exactly what it is this boy with the huge brain is saying.
Talk about this upcoming election, how important this is, how...
Hold up, chat. We can't hear it. We can't hear it.
Critical this is, and...
Jesus Christ, what's with the volume on this fucking video? 600%?
What the church can be doing to make a difference. So, well, so this doesn't happen again. We got to do something.
I love the question. And so I'm going to start unusually. I want to make sure that we all make a commitment that if this election doesn't go our way, the next day we fight. That's a very important thing.
If this election doesn't go our way, the next day we fight. That's what he said. That's what he said. Incredible shit. Can't wait for January 6th too. November 2024. Incredible. Who the hell's the other guy? I don't know, man. I just know it smells crazy in there, you know? Hey, Green Man, how's it going? Welcome in. Dawkins has always been a shit. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he has. No, they're not threatening. They're not threatening us. No, this is not threatening, dude. This is not threatening behavior. No. They wouldn't. No, they wouldn't do that. Many believe that Trump will lose supporters if he loses. I mean, that would be extra funny, wouldn't it? That would be extra funny. Anyway, next up. We got some good news. We got some officer down news. A former Mississippi sheriff's deputy has been sentenced to about 20 years in prison for his part in torturing 2 black men. 5 other former law enforcement officers are also set to be sentenced this week. Let's fucking go! Yeah, rest in piss. I hope you rot. I genuinely hope these motherfuckers rot. We got some good news over there. Now we're going to move on to this, Don Lemon, Elon Musk interview. Just some absolutely incredible clips from this Don Lemon interview, and we're gonna just check out a couple of them. But let's check this one out for a starter.
If you look at history, if you study history broadly, everyone was a slave. Everyone.
Yes. Well, not everyone was a slave.
No, everyone was a slave.
Okay, but
we are all descended from slaves.
Yeah.
Well, all of us.
Yeah.
It's just a question of when. Was it more recent or less recent? That's it.
Right.
What?
You got any sources there for that, bro? Any sources at all? Listen, I know that I think Don Lemon is like a lib, right? But I gotta hand it to him. He just let the guy say that. You know what I mean? He just let him say that and let him carry on with himself.
What future do we want?
Is
this something we want to make part of our constant dialogue forever, or do we want to say let's just move on and treat everyone, according to just who they are as an individual?
This guy he's got an actual baby brain. Yeah, this is your brain on billions of dollars. That's the crazy shit about this, right? That's the crazy fucking shit about this. It's like your brain on billions of dollars is still just so stupid. He simply cannot back up anything that he's saying. He's completely fucking radicalized. He's a reactionary. He's right wing. It's apartheid Clyde all over the shop. All over the shop. Yeah, Elon, please leave the rest of us out of your midlife crisis. Holy shit, man. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, imagine being a white guy looking a black man dead in the eyes and just saying that. It's just so completely insane, honestly. But we got some more. This is from the End Wokeness Twitter account. And this guy says, Elon Musk tries to explain how lowering the standards for doctors could result in more deaths. Don Lemon is unable to grasp the concept. This entire exchange is incredible. So that's the framing of this chat. But let's see if we can get the actual context from what is going on here.
If we lower the standards for what it takes to become a doctor.
You're saying if we lower the standards, yes. But do you believe people are dying because the standards are being lowered?
I don't think that is yes.
How is what's he framing this like? What's the framing here? Is he trying to say DEI is lowering the standards for doctors, And that means that we need to be really concerned about that. Is this what he's saying? Is this literally what he's saying?
Issue, but it could become an issue.
Okay. But the actual evidence in history shows the exact opposite if you look at how minorities were treated by the medical system.
Oh, I see. So there is something a little more context-based to this that we're missing out on. I see.
Most doctors now are white. And there are lots of mistakes in medicine. So you're saying that...
So Elon is making the argument, right? He's making the argument probably. That's probably what the context is that's missing from this. He's probably making the argument that like, DEI is bad because it means that we're going to lower the standards for doctors. But in that, he's implying that racialized people are just more stupid. Right? They can't be fucking doctors or whatever, you know?
My doctors have bad medical care? I'm trying to understand your logic here when it comes to DEI because there's no actual evidence of what you're saying.
No, I said, so if the standards, like let's say, I think that particular thing was referring to surgeons. Let's say a surgeon is asked to,
Bro, he can't even fucking talk properly. All he's doing is like thinking about fucking memes.
Surgeon in training is asked to do a series of operations under the supervision of a senior surgeon, and they get a bunch of those operations wrong. If that happens, and if they are still approved to be a surgeon, the probability that someone will die, I think, at some point is high.
Okay, I understand that, but that's a hypothetical. That doesn't mean it's happening.
I didn't say it's happening.
You didn't say it was happening.
I said it will. I said if we lower standards, people will die.
But why respond to something or put something out there that has not happened? Because I could say,
because I don't want it to happen. I think we don't want to lower standards.
Did you see that clip of Musk pausing for 20 seconds? Shit was amazing. No, grab it for me, Val. Grab it. Let's take a fucking look. Let's take a look.
If you look at the history of the medical industry, especially when it comes to Black Americans, it shows the exact opposite. If you look at the Tuskegee experiment and on, only 5% of doctors in America are Black. All of them are white. So are you saying that if the majority of doctors are white, are you saying that and there are still these inequities, right? And there's still mistakes. Are you blaming DEI for that?
No, I'm very basically saying that if we lower standards for what it takes to become...
His fucking brain doesn't even work properly, man. It's so embarrassing. He can't string a sentence together. He just has the worst brain worms from being on fucking Twitter all day, every day. Like, it's insane, actually. It's fucking insane watching him try to actually, have a conversation with a person. Hey, Roshan, how's it going? Good to see you. Do you think he knows he's full of shit? I genuinely can't tell if he knows. It's difficult, right? Because a lot of like racists and fascists just don't want to admit that they're fucking cowards, right? They don't want to admit that they're a fascist or a racist. Like, because they just know that it's cringe. So, he is going to be in that kind of mindset where he's always trying to do dog whistles. He's always trying to dog whistle to people that are listening to him about like what his views are and shit like that in order to try and be popular, but not say too much of it out loud, It's kind of like how Hans Christian Grabner was, terrified about being exposed for who he was because of the Stone Toss comics and the Red Panel stuff. Right, it's a similar thing because they're just fucking cowards.
A board-certified surgeon.
Say it with your full chest, pussy.
An oncologist or something where the kind of disease we're talking about, if you make a mistake, causes someone to die, then more people will die than if we don't lower the standards.
Oh, dude, come on. This is so stupid.
Why do you think they're lowering the standards for minority doctors or women doctors or...
That's the thing. Like he's implying that like, oh well, if we wanted more racialized doctors, we would have to lower the standards of what it means to become a doctor. No, it doesn't. It means that you like fucking educate marginalized areas, deprived areas more, where like racialized people are unfortunately forced to live through systemic oppression, from generations and generations of things like slavery, for example.
That's that's what that article suggested. Yes.
What article? What article is he even referring to?
At Duke University.
I find it so fucking funny that, like I told you when I was reading this tweet, this is how this is framed. It's absolutely incredible that this is how this shit is framed. Like, just saying so blatantly, Elon Musk tries to explain how lowering the standards for doctors could result in more deaths. Don Lemon is unable to grasp the concept. This entire exchange is incredible. Bro, it's incredible because Elon Musk can't even get his brain to work. That's the only reason. Doctors barely even read their client notes as it is. Yes, that's correct. That is fucking correct. Found the Majority Report video on it? Yeah, well, in future...
Elon Musk.
In future, if you don't want to get purged, you got to ask for a permit. But I got the link anyway. Thank you. Let's take a little look.
Had a meltdown yesterday, and it is really a fun.
Okay, this is like a 35-minute video. Where's the bit? Do you have the timestamp where he like can't speak? Is it here?
It wasn't like in response to that at all. Well, let's do it.
Most replayed this bit.
Bravado and a stupid ass Top Gun jacket.
Someone doesn't care if they're hated when they constantly tell you they don't care how much they're hated.
Trip like, and obviously that there's a public perception that, and you're clarifying this now. But there's a public perception that was part of...
Oh, look at his drip, man. Look at this fucking drip. How did this man ever get laid? It's a mystery. It's a mystery to me.
Apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope...
don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
Crap, gay, frog, friggin' frog. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay, frog.
Carpe Pax, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for stopping by. Please, everybody, go and follow Carpe Pax. Incredible streamer, incredible friend of the stream. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome in. If you're just coming in from Carpe Stream, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. Yeah, we're going through the Twitter news garbage, having a look at some Elon Musk shit. We're trying to find this bit where he like can't respond for 20 seconds. Is it like actually this bit, the most replayed bit? Did you find out where it was, Val? We're trying to find this bit. Where he like can't respond. He gets laid because some people will always be attracted to bigotry and power. That's true, Prince. That's true. I'm not mad. Please don't put in the papers that I was mad. Yeah. Not bad. Played Minecraft while listening to some Emma Goldman audiobooks. Hell yeah. That sounds pretty fucking bass, dude. Hell yeah. Okay. Is it this bit?
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising,
So it's not that bit. Is it this bit? Might have sent you the wrong video.
To Israel and anti-Semitism and Palestine. This is him defending the post in particular that was referenced, and he tries to qualify it here and backtrack and appeal to pro-apartheid organizations like the ADL.
Everyone here has seen the massive demonstrations.
Okay, well, this is obviously the wrong video. Thank you very much for that, Val. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Give her a round of applause, everyone. Okay. All right. What are we up to? All right. We got more from this End Wokeness account. So this one is framing this particular bit of news, right? We've got NBC News. Trump says there will be a bloodbath if he loses the election. CBS News, in Ohio rally, Trump says there will be a bloodbath if he loses the election. Trump says there will be a bloodbath in elections, or something from Rolling Stone, right? So media narrative, full context. Well, let's see the full context. It'll be interesting if there is a full context in this clip because it's 12 seconds long.
Mexico.
But I can't believe this, chat. The first thing he says is Mexico. Hey, Anae Frenchie, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Everybody, please go follow Anae. Is it Anace or Anae? She's absolutely great. Please go and show her some love. We raided her a couple of weeks ago. How are you doing? Good to see you. Excuse me. First thing he says is Mexico.
Mexico has taken over a period of 30 years, 34% of the automobile manufacturing business in our country. Think of it. Went to Mexico. China now is building a couple of massive plants where they're going to build the cars in Mexico and they think that they're going to sell those cars into the United States.
Oh, it's a minute long, actually. It's a minute long. Hey, Stuffed Pink Owl, how you doing? Like Anae Nin, the horny poster. Well, I don't know. I don't think that's who Anae Frenchie is. I don't know who Anae Nin is.
States.
China.
No tax at the border. Let me tell you something to China.
Anais. Oh, okay. So like Anais, like that. Is that how you say it?
Listening, President Xi, and you and I are friends, but he understands the way I deal. Those big monster car manufacturing plants that you're building in Mexico right now.
Hey, Three Geese.
And you think you're going to get that, you're going to not hire Americans, and you're going to sell the cars to...
Yeah, so you got to say it like a French person, innit? You got to say Anais. Anais.
Now, we're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole... That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it.
Well, I mean, he does kind of say it's going to be a bloodbath for the country. The way that he just so casually says this shit is just so insane, man. Look at all these fucking dead memes in the background. Just they got the Let's Go Brandon shirts on. Oh man, it's just so cringe. Is it because he's got no more old people in his audience anymore because they all just like absolutely fucking croaked? Yeah? They all just absolutely fucking croaked from COVID. Just going to all those Trump super spreader events. You know? He understands the way I deal badly and stupidly. I'm always dealing badly and stupidly. Also not a threat, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the American companies sent the jobs to China. Well, this is the thing, because Trump, you know, the way that Trump says stuff is pretty funny, but the way that he weaponizes propaganda is not that stupid, right? It's not that fucking stupid, because he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's literally like, he understands that the USA exports labor to imperial periphery countries and then, you know, uses that as a way to get cheap labor and make a massive profit on products. But, you know, he's wording it in a way that, like, the average Trump voter is just going to be like, yeah, fuck China, fuck the communists, you know? Literally. I can't find a single normal person in there. It's true. Like, just some of the drip at Trump rallies is just incredible. Look at this guy with the fucking the blazer. He's got the same combo as Trump. He's got the blazer. He's got the red hat. And these hats, man, you know, like these hats. I remember the old MAGA hats, and the text used to be smaller in it, but he has got these like these ones with the big font. And it makes him look like he's unwell. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know I don't want to upset anyone by saying that, but like, he doesn't look right. You know, it's just bad. It's just the worst drip I've ever seen in my entire life. Anyway,
but they're not going to sell those cars. They're building massive factories. A friend of mine, all he.
Okay. Anyway, that's that for that. For the time being. So yeah, we got some more nonsense. Speaking of Elon Musk, let's have a look at an old tweet of his. This is from 2 years ago, right? 7 days after 420. So I think that Elon probably had like a blunt that day. He had a blunt like a week ago, and he maybe had like a couple of magic mushrooms or something, and so he was feeling kind of nice. And like, nice for him is saying, for Twitter to deserve public trust, it must be politically neutral, which effectively means upsetting the far right and the far left equally. Right? So that, you know, that's as nice as he can get, really. And then fast forward to now, and we got Elon Musk saying, there's either a red wave this November or America is doomed. Imagine 4 more years of this getting worse. Incredible, dude. Absolutely fucking incredible. My God. So there you go. Chat, listen, we made it. We made it through the Twitter news segment. Well done. Well done, well done, well done. But unfortunately now, we got some more depressing stuff to go through. This is Noah Samsen's latest video. It's called Israel Starvation Massacre. We're going to be reacting to this. Obviously, content warning for genocide and Islamophobia. And I guess I should throw... you know what? I didn't think about this earlier. I should throw in a content warning for starvation, right? Because it's going to be a little... I think it's going to be a little graphic. So let's just do that like that. There you go. It's a really good one. I can't believe you pre-watched it. You should have waited for me. You should have waited for me. Yeah? You should have waited for me to add my cis white man commentary over this video before you watched it. I can't believe you've done this to me, Discrotto. What the hell? Okay. Everybody please go and follow Noah, if you haven't already. Going to be pinning these videos at the top of the chats. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, all that stuff. Let Noah know that the djmuel gang have come through. Not that it will make any difference. A lot of people are through to the djmuel stream because of Noah Samsen. So you know. Anyway, so Israel Starvation Massacres. Let's take a look at this. Where are we up to in the stream? I've been streaming for about an hour and 40 minutes, and we've had 2 donos. We've had 26 quid. So that means we're basically halfway, yeah, to the daily dono goal. Halfway to the daily dono goal. So if you haven't already, please consider subbing off Twitch. I would just need another £25. That's 2 £10 donos and 1 £5 dono. Easily achievable, easily doable. Chat, let's get those donos in. Sub off Twitch. This is literally my job. It's what I do for a living. Please consider sending a £5 my way or a tenner. That's all I would really ask you to donate. And it also means that we'll be unlocking double feature movie night for March, where we'll be watching Heavy Metal and I, Daniel Blake. Holy fucking shit. Won't that be based? Yes, it will. That's the answer to that. Anyway, I've also got a lot of cool new dono alerts. So you can actually check out the dono menu. So if you want to donate any of those amounts, yeah, you'll get a cool, unique donation alert. And they're all very, very good, especially the £6.66, 1312, and £4.21s. So there you go. Anyway, right. That's enough. I've done the plug. For the hour and a half mark. Let's go ahead and check out this video.
October 7th attacks. Israel In its onslaught on Gaza since the October 7th attacks, Israel has killed over 31,000 Palestinian people. Of those 31,000 people that Israel has killed, over 12,300 of them are children. This means that Israel has killed more children in the past 4 months than have been killed in every war on this earth combined in the last 4 years. The actual death toll is estimated to be significantly higher, as countless Palestinians are missing, many of them likely dead under the rubble. An estimated 1.7 million Palestinians have been displaced from their homes, which is about 75% of Gaza's population. Gaza is unrecognizable. Israeli airstrikes have destroyed entire streets, neighborhoods, countless cultural sites, mosques, churches, libraries, historical archives, and schools. Israel has damaged or destroyed every single university in Gaza. There's an acronym used in Gaza by its healthcare workers, WCNSF, which stands for Wounded Child No Surviving
Thanks, Anise.
Family. This phrase was coined in the
Take it easy. Thanks for stopping by.
Israel's onslaught, and it's
Did
currently
I give you a shout
used to
out?
describe thousands of children. Aside from the direct military violence that Israel is enacting upon the Palestinian people, another facet of mass death that looms over Gaza is starvation. Gaza is experiencing the fastest decline in a population's nutrition status in recorded history. Experts warn that a famine of apocalyptic proportions is fast approaching. Palestinian children and babies are starving to death. Those who aren't are being reduced to living skeletons. Palestinians are crying at the experience of tasting bread, not having had it for months. Palestinians are eating weeds and animal feed to survive. They are combing through the sand, hoping to gather what little flour they can from the passing humanitarian aid convoys. It's difficult to look at images of the starvation in Gaza and not immediately see a reflection of the Holocaust, of the victims of Nazi concentration camps on the brink of death.
Thanks for the
also
follow.
by starvation. So why is all this happening? What is causing these horrific conditions? And Israel. Israel is causing this. It's military, the Israeli government, some Israeli citizens, and of course, the United States. This campaign of collective punishment through intentional starvation is being carried out by Israel in a number of ways. One way is just through destruction. The Israeli military, using the billions of dollars worth of weapons given to them by the United States, has bombed much of Gaza's food infrastructure. Bakeries have been reduced to rubble or rendered inoperable from a lack of fuel due to Israel's resource blockade. Aid trucks entering Gaza have been destroyed by Israeli bombs, and the total annihilation of any infrastructure has caused significant blockage to any humanitarian aid supply chains. The other way that the starvation campaign is being facilitated is through aid restrictions. UNRWA, the largest humanitarian aid organization supplying food, supplies, and medical assistance in Gaza, was stripped of Western funding in January on false pretenses. UNRWA has 13,000 employees operating in Gaza. Of these 13,000, 12 were alleged to have been involved in the October 7th terror attacks. These allegations came directly from Israel, who did not provide any evidence for their claims. Despite this lack of evidence, 16 governments, including the United States, halted all funding to UNRWA. These decisions were condemned by the World Health Organization, Doctors Without Borders, and Amnesty International, who deemed it a heartless form of collective punishment. And they weren't wrong. In the window of time between then and now, over 20 Palestinians have died of starvation. Reports have also since emerged that Israel allegedly tortured UNRWA employees while in detainment, coercing them into
Died of fucking starvation, chat. Died of fucking starvation.
Giving false confessions which implicated other employees. Also, even if we grant this assertion that they made without evidence that 12 UNRWA employees were involved on October 7th, that in no way justifies defunding the entire organization, one that has been pivotal in saving Palestinian lives since its creation in 1949.
I'm gonna quote what Norman Finkelstein said about this. Good God! Oh, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Palestinians have jobs. Hamas have jobs. You know, and that's true, right? Like if we're talking about like, oh, Hamas, we had some like Hamas workers working that were working for UNRWA, right? And it's like, well, yeah, there were probably like Hamas workers who were bakers or farmers or whatever. Like, do you think that just like resistance fighters come from nothing? Do you know what I mean? That's their 24/7 job, right? These people don't just like pop up out of existence. Out of nothing. Pop into existence out of nothing. They don't just spawn in it
The current most pressing element of Israel's intentional starvation campaign is the disruption or outright blockage of humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. This is nothing
Like, literally, look at all those fucking trucks there, man.
new. Israel has been doing this to Gaza for years. 80% of Palestinians were already reliant on humanitarian aid before October 7th. The latest restrictions are just an extreme escalation. And it's not some secret plot either. Recall on October 9th when Israel's defense minister said, "I've ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed." It is an explicit facet of their military strategy, and it's also a war crime. The military is blocking some of the largest border crossings into Gaza. Some blockages have come from direct orders from Israeli officials, like on February 13th when Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich issued a directive blocking the 1,049 containers containing flour, cooking oil, chickpeas, sugar, and rice. To justify this war crime, he cited the unsubstantiated UNRWA report. The Israeli military is creating bottlenecks through routine aid request denials.
And he calls it the Nazi Hamas war machine, right? The Nazi Hamas war machine. And let's just remember, folks, every accusation from Israel is an admission.
And cumbersome, arbitrary, extended searches. One source of these extended searches is Israel's attempt to prevent what it calls dual-use equipment from entering Gaza, items that they claim can be...
Like, I'm gonna tell you a little story, chat. Yeah, I talked a little bit about this yesterday on the stream, about like the Israeli soldiers who like they come home after their time serving in the IOF, and they're obviously just, you know, the only thing they did in the IOF was probably like shoot children or watch as their colleagues shot children and raped women and all this kind of stuff. Possibly even did that to children as well. And they end up suicidal. They end up wanting to kill themselves. They end up having these like horrific nightmares because they know like there's like something in the human brain that like you just can't escape from knowing that is actually evil what you did, right? And it just gnaws and gnaws and gnaws and gnaws and gnaws away at them until they just fucking snap, right? And I always thought about this. Because there was a guy, and this is a bit of a story. So I'll put the tunes on for this bit because this is a bit weird. I don't think I've really spoken about this before on the stream. I might have spoken about it once, right? Before. But there was a guy that bullied me when I was about 12, 13, 14. I used to hang out in town, and I used to hang out with all the goths. And he was like an older metalhead goth, right? And he had like, it was in like 2003. It was so rare that you'd see something like this. He had like both the sides of his head shaved like that, and he had like a Star of David tattoo there, right? And I just thought he was a really cool guy. But then one day I bought myself an upside down cross, yeah. Just bought myself an upside down cross pendant. It was one of the first pendants I ever got myself with my pocket money. Yeah. From yonks ago. When I was 13, 14. This guy surrounded me with his mates. Like absolutely fucking fuming, going, "Do you know what that means?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it means the Antichrist, innit? Like upside down cross." Right? I was 13. And the guy was like, no, you don't know what it means. And I'm like, "I'm pretty sure I know what it means." And his mates like pushed me down on the ground and tried to get me to lick his fucking boot, right? And I never did. Chat. I never did, right? They eventually just ended up getting bored and walking away. I didn't even get beat up, which I thought was pretty good, right? But that guy, later on, and I'm not even shitting you, gang. Yeah, that guy, later on in his life, went to Israel to serve in the IDF, right? He went to Israel to serve in the IDF. And when he went to do that, I just thought, you know what, man? Of course he fucking did. Because he's a bully. Do you know what I mean? A fucking bully, right? Because at that point in my life, I knew what the IOF were. I knew what they were about. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, yeah, of course he's gone to serve in the IOF because he's a fucking bully. Wants to bully people. And a couple of years later, I hadn't thought about him much. At all. But a couple of years later, I found out from a couple of mates that he had taken his own life, actually. And it's just like, you know. What are you supposed to say about that? What are you supposed to fucking say about that? You know. The upside down cross is a symbol of St. Peter, I believe. Yeah, but here's the thing, this dungeon sub boss, yeah? You, in my chat, you would probably, like, in being saying this, you're saying, like, well, that's what it means, actually, right? Rather than get on the floor and lick my boot. And actually, I missed this bit out, but he stole it off me. He stole the fucking, the pendant off me, you know? 3 geese in a trench coat says, rest in piss won't be missed. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. Anyway, so yeah, thought I'd just tell you about that little anecdote there.
Be used by civilians, but also by Hamas. This list of items includes things like power generators, field hospital kits, inflatable water tanks, oxygen tanks, crutches, and wooden boxes of children's toys. These bottlenecks are overwhelming the distribution system, creating enormous lines of trucks. Prior to October 7th...
There was a news report on last night in Canada. They were acting like 15 pallets of airdrop food was the best they could do. Fucking disgusting, honestly. It really is. Really, really, really is.
An average of 500 aid trucks entered Gaza per day. The current average sits at around 50 to 100, which is completely...
It is anachronistic, the Hamas Nazi thing. Carpe Pax, thank you, yeah. Cognitive dissonance should cause migraines. It really should.
It's 20% at most of what the UN claims is necessary to avoid mass death through famine. Another significant contributor, and just the most freakish one to this starvation campaign, is Israeli citizens. Israeli citizens are routinely protesting at the border crossings and blocking aid trucks from entering Gaza. They sit in front of the trucks, laughing, they celebrate, they dance, they proudly display their babies,
this is a sick, depraved society, chat.
That they are starving to death.
A sick, depraved society.
Trucks are incredibly revealing.
They should get only the minimum calories required to survive.
They're starving to death.
They are not.
They are starving to death.
You know what? If they are starving to death, give the hostages back. No, a single loaf of bread should go there till our hostages are coming back.
Like, what do you do with a society like that, chat? A society like that can't be allowed to continue. It just can't be allowed to fucking continue at all. You know what I mean? Like, the people who have created this society need to just be, like, put away for the rest of their lives. Put them in prison. Prison abolition, except for, you know, what's his name? Smotrich, Gallant, Ben-Gvir, BB, all these fucking horrific fucks. It should cease to exist. Yeah, Israel should cease to fucking exist. That's just the end of it. That's the only fucking... It's literally the only way out of this shit.
Stopped hundreds of trucks from fueling Hamas. That's what the enemy is, only Hamas, not the Palestinian civilians, no one else.
Nobody here wants to starve the Palestinian civilian population of Gaza. But we're at war right now. We've been at war for more than 130 days.
Yeah, you really look like you're at war. This is how delusional they are, chat. They're like, you know, they're there, they're clean, you know, they're able to, like, have showers, they're able to have, like, healthy, you know, meals, all that kind of stuff, and they're like, we're at war! We're at war, actually! Like, this is insane. It's insane. Bold to go full children should starve to death on a broadcast. Imagine being that comfortable. I know, yeah. Yeah, that's the type of comfort that needs to be crushed. I agree. We're at war with these starving children, yeah. Yeah. Insane, man.
If we want this war to end, Hamas must be destroyed and dismantled. That's it.
Julia and Sarah say they know people in Gaza are starving.
If they were to return the hostages, the war would be over and this situation could be... The world could start helping the Gazan civilians, the innocent Gazan civilians. But until then...
It's also worth noting that this group of settlers, while taking extreme action, are not representative of some extreme attitudes in Israeli society. A majority...
Yes, they are, though. Yes, they are. Sorry, Noah. Sorry. Not true. Also, regarding the hostages, Channel 12 asked whether Israelis support halting humanitarian aid to Gaza until Hamas returns all the hostages it is holding. An overwhelming 72% said yes, while 21% said the aid should continue. Earlier this week, the IDF declared the Keren Shalom crossing. Well, hang on a minute. 72% said yes. What is he on about?
The majority of Israeli citizens currently support the blockage of food from entering Gaza. Of the minority of Israelis that don't support this campaign of intentional starvation, some have attempted to bring aid into Gaza themselves, only to be blocked by these protesters with the help of the IDF.
We are 10 minutes from the borders with Gaza. We have a truck full of food for the people starving in Gaza. The police and the army won't let us get in.
All of these actions are in direct violation of the international...
What do you want me to say, man? Did he misspeak? Possibly, yeah. Riot Girl Callie says, if you think Israel is gonna go away, you are in for a surprise when Trump gets elected. What are you saying? Why did you say that? What are you talking about? What does that even mean? If you think Israel is going to go away, you are in for a surprise when Trump gets elected. Elaborate. Elaborate, please. Trump gonna rename the USA? Hey, Muhanga. The world is headed for full fascism. You think that the world doesn't have full fascism now with all this? You think that this isn't fascism? Actually, is that what you think? I'm really confused as to what you're trying to fucking say, man.
International Court of Justice's order for Israel to let aid flow through to Gaza.
To be clear, I don't support it, but no one is stopping it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? No one is stopping it. Like, I don't know what, like, you're like, if you think Israel is going to go away, for a start, I didn't think Israel was going to go away. Yeah? I never said that in it. I never fucking said that. I don't think that Israel is just going to magically fall off a fucking map. Yeah, I'm well aware that something like that has to come with decades and decades and decades of campaigning. Yeah, and we're up to actually decades and decades and decades of campaigning. Yeah, it just depends on what the rest of the world is going to do. It depends on what the people of Palestine are going to do. It depends on what the people of the West Bank, people of Israel are going to do, isn't it? Right? That's actually how we figure out what's going to happen. You analyze the material conditions, the power dynamics and stuff like that, right? I'm not thick. Yeah. You know, so I don't know why you think that I think that think that Israel is going to go away somehow. I don't know what you're on about, how you took that from what I was saying. Do you know what I mean? I said it has to go away. It has to be fucking destroyed. That's what I said. You know. And also, like, you know, saying that, like, oh, when Trump gets elected, there's going to be full fascism worldwide. Like, we already have that, man. Like, we already fucking have that. The US, the UK, the European imperial core controls the imperial periphery. Fucking installs puppet dictators in places all over the imperial periphery. You know, fascism is already happening. It's going to get much worse. I mean, maybe. I don't know why you're saying this. I don't know what your point is. What's your fucking point?
That order, remember,
like we already have fascism. Do you know what I mean? It's like
part of a group of.
It's gonna get worse. Like, you know, because the reason, if you're wondering why I'm like really getting confused on this bit, is because it sounds like you're a fucking blue MAGA. It sounds like you're a fucking blue MAGA right now. Yeah. Like, what are you talking about? Trump being elected? Do you know what I mean? What, you want us to vote for Joe Biden or something? Is that what you're saying? I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Speculating on the future is bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. It is. It's bullshit.
Legally binding provisional measures listed by the ICJ that Israel must take to avoid committing.
Far, far from it. Well, can you please fucking specify why you said that then?
Acts that fall under the Genocide Convention.
Like, if you're just being a doomer, that's cool, but just admit that you're being a doomer, innit? You know what I mean? Like, Holy shit.
The court further considers that Israel must ensure with immediate effect that its military forces do not commit any of the aforementioned acts.
They aren't exactly helping their case here, are they? Experts from human rights organizations and the United Nations have repeatedly
It never went away, Mr. Piece of Work. That's right.
The looming explosion of preventable child deaths is by fully letting this aid through. But Israel won't do it. On top of all these elements of intentional starvation, there's one particularly bone...
Okay, that's fair enough, Riot Girl Kelly. Thank you. Thank you. Right, if you're a doomer, we can work with that. Yeah? If you're honest and you tell us that you're a doomer, you can work with that, right? First port of call. Stop watching this stream immediately. Go to my fucking YouTube channel and watch my Doomerism is cringe video. Then come back to me in it. Yeah? That's the first thing that you do. Okay. See you in a bit. See you in about 20 minutes.
Chilling strategy that Israel has begun to employ consistently as a way to escalate this famine. That strategy is the use of lethal force, which brings us to Israel's starvation massacres. At dawn on February 29th, as thousands of starved Palestinians huddled around fires waiting for food, one humanitarian aid convoy was granted passage into Gaza. When Palestinians began congregating around the trucks, the Israeli military opened fire on them. They shot and killed at least 112 civilians and injured over 750. Aside from gunshot wounds, some of these deaths and injuries have been attributed to tank shell shrapnel and warplane ammunition. This was a massacre, and it's been dubbed the Flower Massacre. Its horrific criminality best exemplified by this image, a bag of flour covered in the blood of the Palestinian civilians that were murdered
Noah,
by
come
Israel
on, dude.
while trying to retrieve it. Footage from the massacre shows Palestinians running, screaming, ducking for cover, and carrying the bodies of their people slain by Israel. Testimony after the massacre from its victims is haunting. The following is from a 972 article.
Right, that's it. This dungeon's sub-boss. If you're worried about fascism, start building a solution. That's the only fucking way that you can do anything about it. It's absolutely fucking pointless to sit there going, oh my god, everything's terrible and it's not going to get better, it's going to get worse. Okay, then it's going to get worse. Well done. You know, what do you want? You want a medal? You want a fucking medal? You just did a political analysis. Well done. You know? Political analysis 101. Things could get worse. Yes, correct. It's definitely a potential possibility, isn't it?
Quoting 22-year-old Abdel Jalil Al-Fayoumi. I couldn't see the aid truck, I just saw its lights, and people rushing toward it. Suddenly, intense gunfire erupted from the Israeli tanks. I got separated from my uncle and my cousin. I didn't know what was happening. I just wanted to survive and escape. Everyone was screaming and fleeing. There were bodies on the ground and wounded people crying for help. After hours of searching for his uncle with his family, they found him standing in front of a body covered with a bloodied white blanket. Mu'tasim, his son, was lying lifeless with parts of the inside of his head exposed. Abbas explained that when Israeli forces opened fire on the crowd, he and his son had tried to take cover behind debris from previous bombings. Mu'tasim lifted his head for a second and was struck by an Israeli bullet. My uncle couldn't stop crying in front of his son's body, saying, I couldn't bring you your flour, forgive me. Al-Fayoumi continued with tears streaming down his face. The only reason he went with his son was their dire need to bring home food. The situation was catastrophic.
Like, if you are Israel, yeah? If you are Israel, if you are directing Israel and you truly want to eradicate Hamas, how do you think that those kinds of things aren't just going to create more people joining Hamas, right? Or just any resistance movement? It's absurd. It's absurd. That will radicalize people. Like, okay, so what you're doing is you're creating a kind of person who has no more family members left. Yeah? Literally, Hamas printer go brrr, like someone who's got no more family members left. All those family members were killed by you. Yeah? And there is already there is a direct route for them to be able to access resistance networks. So what have you got? You got yourself a resistance fighter. Well done, man. You fucking did it. That's how you eradicate Hamas. Obviously. Fucking smartest army in the world. Smartest, most moral army in the world, I'm sure. I'm fucking sure, man. Yeah, the fear of Hamas is what keeps them in power. Yeah, it's true, it's true, it's true.
It was like doomsday. No one cared for anyone there. Everyone.
Well, the thing is that at some point, Hamas will get like big enough to actually be a really big problem for the IOF. Do you know what I mean? I would even go so far as to say that the Hamas is a big problem for the IOF because they're not being very fucking open about how many Hamas fighters they're killing at the moment, are they? All they're really talking about is how they need to, like, you know, bring the hostages home, bring the hostages home. That's all they're fucking saying.
Just wanted to get flour or anything they could from the aid truck. There were dead bodies on the ground and wounded people screaming for help, but no one was paying attention to them. Hunger drove people to extremes, pushing them to death. This massacre was celebrated in Israeli Telegram channels. One caption accompanying footage of the massacre reads, "First footage of the Blessed Massacre. You can see clearly they're fighting for their lives for survival. Cannibalism is on the way. We must starve them until the long-awaited cannibalism." Amid Israel's sick, self-congratulatory lies about ramping up aid in Gaza.
We authorized a convoy of, I think, some 30 trucks entered Gaza last night, headed for the northern Gaza Strip. This shows that Israel is interested in seeing aid and foodstuffs reach the civilian population.
Many on the ground understandably ask the question, why would we want more aid when you're going to kill us when we try to get it?
The Israelis just opened random fire on us, as if it was a trap. Once we approached the aid trucks, the Israeli tanks and warplanes started firing on us. If this continues like this, we do not want any aid delivered at all. Every convoy coming means another massacre.
Following the massacre, Israel lied about what happened. First, they denied any involvement from Israeli troops, claiming that all of the Palestinian deaths at the aid convoy had been a result of the large crowds of people trampling over one another. This claim was made in direct statements from the Israeli military. It was parroted by Israeli government spokespeople.
It looked like the civilians were storming the trucks, trying to take the food out of desperation. The crowd was pushing and shoving, and people were killed. I can't.
No, it didn't, dude.
As you know, don't trust the numbers put out.
It doesn't fucking look like that at all. I saw a video hypothesizing that the point of Gaza was to have an open-air prison so they could test weapons on living people. I don't know if it's true, but considering how much the conflict has shown of AI weaponry and shit, I find it very plausible. So I went to it was a couple of years ago now. I think it was in 2021. I went to an art exhibition at the Whitworth Gallery in Manchester, and it was actually a presentation about the kind of weapons that were being tested in the Gaza Strip, right? And it was actually talking a lot about, like, what do you call it, cloud formations and smoke formations and how they look. And so it was a lot like, okay, this is white phosphorus, this is what white phosphorus looks like. And then it was also, this is what this chemical looks like. And there were, like, chemicals that they used to, they dropped it on farms in the Gaza Strip to destroy crops and poison people who eat the crops and stuff like that. And yeah, I wouldn't doubt it for a second, because Elbit Systems literally advertises its weapons as being tested on Palestinian people. It literally advertises its weapons. Elbit Systems, the main weapons manufacturer in the UK for the IOF, advertise their weapons as being tested on Palestinians. Right? So I fully am in support of that plausible scenario. Probably a relative of Agent Orange, yeah, possibly, yeah.
By the Hamas-controlled Ministry of Health in Gaza. There were reports that maybe the drivers were driving over parts of the crowd. It appears to be a tragedy, but I can tell you Israel was not involved.
Absolutely fucking mental.
And it was a lie. Immediately following the massacre, over 80% of the bodies that arrived at Al-Shifa Hospital for treatment had gunshot wounds. This was confirmed by investigations from multiple sources and human rights organizations. Around this time, the IDF released aerial footage of the incident in an attempt to back up this trampling narrative, showing large crowds of people grouped up around the aid trucks. At a number of points in the footage, though, there are cuts.
Yeah, that's what it's like, Dungeon Subbus.
Conspicuously from the crowds gathered around the trucks to the crowds fleeing. Analysis of this footage, paired with footage from people on the ground, only further implicates the IDF as having committed this massacre.
Yeah, they admit it, yeah.
People in the crowd suddenly appear to panic and run in multiple directions. The IDF says that this footage shows a mass stampede where Gazans are trampled. But the quality and short length of the clips makes it difficult to confirm these claims. Another clip in the IDF...
It doesn't even make it that difficult. It's quite obvious. It's quite fucking obvious. Thank you for the follow.
Footage shows 2 Israeli tanks a quarter mile down the road, and at least a dozen bodies lying nearby. The video doesn't show the events that caused the casualties, but several people can be seen crawling and ducking for cover. Other video filmed from a side street by an Al Jazeera camera crew helps fill in some of the gaps about what unfolded on the ground. It captures shots fired as crowds of people scatter and take cover. It is not clear when this footage was filmed in relation to the IDF drone video, but what is clearly visible is tracer ammunition, a specialized type of projectile that ignites to illuminate its path, which helps troops fine-tune their targeting. The source of the fire is not captured in the footage.
Just fucking shooting civilians, yo. Just shooting civilians. Madness. Hey, Corey, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we got a pinned video at the top of the chat. It's Noah Samsen's video about Israel's starvation massacres.
But the trajectory shows it's coming from the direction where Israeli military vehicles are positioned, just a half-mile away.
Even if Israel was telling the truth, that they hadn't fired a single round and that all of these deaths were due to a stampede, is that really a defense anyone's supposed to accept? We starved a civilian population until they were forced to trample over each other to death? Is that supposed to...
Corey says, I'm glad to see Israel has taken a strong stance against terrorism after October the 7th. Well, unfortunately, your dad has not taken a strong stance against my coming in his ass. And I come in his ass every night, every single night, absolutely, repeatedly, come in, load after load, load after load, load after load, in your dad's ass. Now you're banned from the Twitch chat. Goodbye.
To absolve them of anything? After that first claim was disproven, the IDF changed their story, claiming that actually, yeah, their soldiers had fired on this crowd of starving Palestinians, but any resulting deaths were mistakes, a product of stray warning shots, a consequence of the area being a war zone.
The UN says that some of its convoys
I am considerate like that, yeah.
open fire from Israel forces.
Why would we intentionally fire at...
I don't know. I'm asking you whether that has happened.
It may have happened. Again, as I said before, it's a war zone. If it happened, I can say it happened by mistake.
This was another lie that they could not maintain, and soon after, they changed their story again. What the IDF settled on was that firing on the crowd wasn't a mistake. It was on purpose, but it was self-defense. Building off of this lie...
It's just always the same. It's always the exact same bullshit. It's like, 1, we never did it. 2, we did it, but it was an accident. 3, we did it, but it was on purpose. And 4, we did it, we just want to kill Palestinians. Right? It's self-defense. You know?
You will just not believe what Israel's conclusion was here. Total support must be given to our heroic fighters operating in Gaza who acted excellently against a Gazan mob that tried...
Bro, this is nonsense. It's fucking nonsense. Heroic fighters operating in Gaza who acted excellently against the Gazan mob that tried to harm them. Bro, like, they were trying to get food. They were trying to get fucking food, bro. This fucking guy
to harm them.
Hey,
today it was
every single one of them.
Transfer of humanitarian aid to Gaza is not only madness while
nonsense. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started about nonce shit in Israel, man. Don't even get me started about that Carpe Pax because oh boy.
Our abductees are being held in the strip under substandard conditions. But
all right, Discord, thank you so much for being here. Take it easy.
This is another clear reason why we must stop transferring aid, which is in fact aid to harm the IDF soldiers and oxygen to Hamas. So these Israeli troops, they commit a massacre. They gun down a crowd of 1,000 Palestinians. Israeli officials lie and say that they were just defending themselves, and then they use that lie to call for the end of all aid to Gaza. What can you even say about something like that? It's beyond evil. Immediately following the massacre, a few different things happened. One of them was that Western media ran cover for it. They employed passive voice and...
No, that's true, Johnny. I think that's a really good point to make, actually. Israelis change their story so many times, they get confused, but that's deliberate. Yeah, it's actually deliberate. They do it on purpose so that the actual truth gets so obfuscated that they don't even, you know what I mean? The people who are actually creating the lies don't even know what the fucking truth is, you know? Bibi's house might as well be another Epstein Island. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know about about going that far.
An article headline.
I don't know anything about Bibi. I never fucking like read anything about Bibi, but I do know about fucking hell, just a whole lot of shit about how Israel treats sex offenders from other countries, innit?
Used vague language and rarely, if ever, named the massacre's perpetrator. The Guardian referred to the massacre as food aid-related deaths. From the AP,
food aid-related deaths.
70 killed and 200 wounded in a strike on a crowd of Palestinians. A strike. Just a strike. The word strike. From USA Today, 112 killed in carnage. Israel blames Palestinian aid drivers. Thank you for letting us know what the guys that did it are saying. It's very helpful. CNN called the massacre a chaotic incident where people were killed and injured when the IDF opened fire. The IDF opened fire, people were killed and injured. Just listing off some events right now. Are they related? Who's to say? Not CNN.
I have no knowledge about any of that. Listen. People have criticized me in the past, yeah, for being a little obtuse on Israel, but I everything I say has fucking you know, it is real. Everything I say is real and true. It's based on a truth that I have heard. Israel's pedophile problem. That's literally all I'm Googling, yeah? And the first thing that comes up is this report from CBS. Literally CBS. And it says, how Jewish American pedophiles hide from justice in Israel. Because what happens is that they fiddle kids, they get done, and if they've got birthright, they just go, well, you know what, bro? You could always just move to Israel. And in Israel, you know, they'll forget all about those crimes. Don't worry about it. You know, just please don't do it in Israel. Please don't do it in Israel. And that is the most that we're going to do to stop you from abusing children in Israel. You know, don't also look into how many Palestinian children have been abducted by Israel. Don't look into how many even Israeli children just go missing every year. Yeah, it's kind of like one of the most fucked countries in the world, actually, when you look into it. So yeah, that's that. Hey, Soul Bunny, how's it going? Welcome in. Everybody, please go and follow Soul Bunny. She's amazing. What's up?
More than 100 killed as crowd waits for aid.
Yeah, love learning about the world. It's great. It's great. Yay. Yeah. Everybody, please go follow Soul Bunny. She's great.
Hamas-run health ministry says. So they can't name who did it. They can't say Israel, but they managed to work Hamas into this title somehow. Incredible. It's so obvious what they're doing here when they use that label. Hamas.
Oh no, that did not work. Sorry, Soul Bunny. I tried to do a shout out command on YouTube and it just did not work. Gonna just get your channel and post it in the chat.
To refer to the Gaza Health Ministry. You've probably seen that phrase and description used in a lot of articles and headlines, and it's actually a kind of new thing. For years, English-speaking journalists straightforwardly cited reports from the Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza using its official name. But after the October 17th attack on Al-Ali Baptist Hospital, media outlets began portraying the ministry as an arm of the rebel force Hamas. Following that attack, there was a 300% spike in the phrase's use by Western outlets.
Jesus Christ.
Remember, is the group of pure, evil, barbaric savages that must be exterminated, according to Israel at least. So throwing that label onto the doctors and the nurses in Gazan hospitals, you see what that opens the door up to, right?
Yeah.
You know, a hospital gets bombed. Is it really a hospital? Or is it just a Hamas military command center? Bomb first, ask questions later is the IDF's motto. And the answer so far has been no. The use of the Hamas-run phrase also further perpetuates the Hamas numbers myth that the Gaza Health Ministry inflates its Palestinian death toll numbers.
As you know, don't trust the numbers put out by the Hamas-controlled Ministry of Health in Gaza.
And again, every accusation is an admission Former, I can't remember who this guy was. I can't remember what his name is. Former Israeli something or other. Don't trust the numbers. There was a post that I saw the other day, and I can't fucking remember exactly who it was. But it was like an ex-Israeli Mossad agent or something, and he was like, never, ever, ever believe what Israel says numbers-wise. I can't remember who said this. It was on Twitter the other day. Do not believe Israel's numbers. I'm gonna have to find this while the video's still going.
Claim has been debunked countless times. The WHO and human rights organizations have consistently found the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry death toll estimates to be accurate and in line with the estimates of independent third-party sources, and even the Israeli military itself. For supporters of Israel's genocide campaign, though, all of this evidence is not enough. They repeat the Hamas numbers lie to this day. Go search it on Twitter. You'll see it everywhere. Perhaps the most heinous example of all these Western media outlets' extreme pro-Israeli bias is the coverage done by the New York Times. Their role in shaping public opinion to normalize Israel's crimes, it will be studied for years to come, and it's certainly deserving of its own video. But just in terms of how they covered the Flower Massacre, as hungry Gazans crowd a convoy, a crush of bodies, Israeli gunshots, and a deadly toll, literally writing poetry to avoid using active voice. It's amazing. Disastrous Convoy was part of a new Israeli effort to hand out more aid in Gaza. Wow, that's
Fuck the New York Times. All my homies hate the New York Times.
really kind of them. They're trying their best, I guess. Now here one might say, well, Noah, those are just the headlines. You know, maybe the articles go into more detail. You should just read more. And that's the problem, actually, is that most people don't. The majority of news readers, in America at least, do not read past the headlines. And
Yeah,
so
it's
the type
true.
of framing we saw from these outlets immediately following the massacre, being exposed to that over an entire conflict, over a lifetime of Western media consumption, that headline framing is absolutely enough to manufacture consent on its own. And the consent being manufactured here is a passive endorsement of Israel's actions, no matter how evil they are consistently proven to be. Also, you know, beyond its role as war propaganda, there's just a basic lack of morality here, a lack of humanity. Palestinian stories are just not being told. These outlets aren't even asking Palestinians to tell them, and that is an act
So
of
bad this
depravity
dungeon
on
sub
its
us.
face.
So bad.
Next, in another shocking turn of events, the United States government refused to condemn Israel for this massacre. First, they were the sole veto in a UN Security Council measure to condemn Israel's actions. Then their denial became more explicit. The following footage is from a press briefing with State Department spokesperson Matt Miller a day after the massacre. First, Miller declines to comment on the massacre directly, citing the need for Israel to conduct a full investigation of what happened.
We don't know, as I said earlier, the ground truth of what happened, which is why we think it's appropriate that investigation be conducted.
So you think that there were other people shooting
Saeed, I said I have seen
them?
reports that other people were shooting. I don't know the veracity of any of those reports, which is why we're seeking more information.
And you expect to get any results from these investigations, these reports? Will you come back to us next week and tell us this is?
I can't promise you next week because I don't know how long an investigation will take, but certainly when an investigation is completed and we're briefed on that investigation, I'm happy to.
It's so funny, like the absolute sham of the government is so obvious in this entire situation, right? It's like, oh, we don't know how long an investigation is going to take. Well, it's like there are actual reporters on the ground who are doing those investigations independently, and you could just ask them. I don't know. You could probably just ask them, right? But they're just like, no, we're going to do an investigation. It might take a while. I can't give you a time frame on that. I'm just going to keep saying this until, hopefully people stop thinking about it and I stop having to answer questions about it. And, and then everyone in Gaza will be eradicated and what we want is done. And we got a new big military port there. Yeah.
brief you on that.
Just a brief history on IDF self-investigations here. Image unrelated. In 2022, an Israeli soldier shot and killed Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. Israel lied about it, then lied again, changing their story, then admitted that they had shot her, but that it was accidental. Then they refused to conduct an investigation despite consensus among dozens of human rights groups that she was deliberately targeted and intentionally denied medical aid after being shot. In 2008, during Operation Cast Lead, the IDF killed Palestinian civilians with white phosphorus, damaging a school, a market, a humanitarian aid warehouse, and a hospital. The Israeli military claimed that it would investigate itself for it, but never did. In that same operation, Israeli forces shot and killed an estimated 11 Palestinians that were holding white flags. The IDF claimed that it would investigate itself, but never did. Speaking of white flags, 2 months ago, Israeli soldiers shot and killed a Palestinian man who was waving a white flag. It was captured on video. The IDF claimed that it would investigate itself, but it never did. History has shown time and time again that
That's
Israel
right,
cannot
Muhanga,
be
yeah,
trusted
I agree.
to investigate itself for war crimes. Obviously. And yet, US officials refuse to say a single critical thing about them, taking their word at face value that an investigation would lead to anything other than, no, we didn't. In this case, though, they've started the process. There was an IDF report released a few days ago reviewing the incident, and would you look at that? They found no wrongdoing.
Wait, what? I was shocked Israeli PMs sent envelope bombs to President Truman and some of his staff back in the day. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. Letter bombs mailed to Truman in 1947. What? Hold up, this is like an ancient New York Times article. Ancient. They just got the scan of the fucking paper. I can't even read it. I can't even fucking read it, man. The first ever PM. Oh, okay. No. You can read it. It's been typographed or whatever. So-called Stern gang of Zionist terrorists tried to assassinate President Truman by letter bomb in 1947, according to a new biography written by Mr. Truman's daughter, Mrs. Margaret Truman. Daniel writes that a number of cream-colored envelopes about 8 by 6 inches arrived in the White House addressed to the president and various members of the staff. They were found to contain powdered gelignite, a pencil battery, and a detonator rigged to explode the gelignite when the envelope was opened. But the White House mailroom alerts the danger of postal bombs, discovered the letters, and had them defused by Secret Service bomb experts. So why do they want to bomb Truman? Was he like anti-Israel or some shit? That's nuts, man. Today I fucking learned. Shocked, but unsurprised. Like, holy fucking shit, man.
Dozens of people headed towards nearby IDF troops, reaching at
I don't think most of us knew.
Thereby posed a real threat to the forces. At this stage, the forces fired cautionary fire.
Not sure who to root for here. Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them fight. That's the best way to do it, chat. Let them fight. Yeah, they weren't anti-Palestinian enough. That's why. That's why. Holy shit, that's mad, Roshan.
In order to distance the suspects. As the suspects continued to advance towards them, the troops fired precisely toward a number of the suspects.
I mean, the thing is that what you've got to remember, I guess, about Israel and the history of Israel is that this is like such a depraved fascist society, and they've existed for about 100 years. There's going to be loads of stuff that we just don't know about in it. There's going to be loads of stuff that is just going to pop up, and it's going to be like, oh my god. You know? Didn't liquid grow out of Herod? I don't know what Herod is. Hey, Alejandro, how you doing? Welcome in.
To remove the threat. Fired precisely. They shot almost 1,000 people. They expect you to buy this. They think that you are the stupidest people on the planet. And for some of you, for anyone who believes this bullshit, they are absolutely correct. The IDF report does note that a further investigation is being made, this one by a fact-finding and assessment mechanism, which Israel claims is an independent examination body. This is just a ludicrous claim. Israel's FFA mechanism is a fundamentally broken and unjust system. Its sole purpose is to whitewash the IDF's crimes and save face against criticism from the international community. During the Great March of Return in 2018, the large-scale Palestinian protests against the Israeli blockade of the Gaza Strip, Israel shot and killed 223 protesters, and all but 2 of these killings were unjustified, according to an investigation carried out by the United Nations Human Rights Council. Following these brutal war crimes, the fact-finding mechanisms were employed to review any wrongdoing by the IDF. Of the 223 cases of Palestinians being murdered that were forwarded to the FFA mechanism, over 2 years after the protests ended, 80% of them were still being processed. The FFA mechanism only reviewed cases of Palestinian protesters that were killed, which leaves out the almost 10,000 cases of injury, many of them severe, including cases of individuals who suffered gunshot wounds that left them permanently paralyzed, and protesters who lost limbs. Out of all 223 investigations into these killings in that 2-year period, only one resulted in an indictment that was against a soldier that shot and killed a 14-year-old boy named Rami Jawad Hillis while he was climbing a fence. That soldier was found guilty not of murder but of abuse of authority because he shot the child without express permission from his commanding officer. His consequence was 3 months in prison, 30 days of military work, and a demotion. These fact-finding mechanisms are not real. There is no justice here, and there was never supposed to be. Returning now to the press briefing following the Flower Massacre, Miller refuses to use the word condemn regarding the massacre, but also at the idea that Israel has killed any innocent Palestinians.
Why is it so difficult for this government to say we condemn the killing of children, Palestinian women and children? Why can't you say the word condemn?
Saeed, if you listened to what I said a moment ago,
I
hold on. Saeed, please don't interrupt me.
Yeah?
I said far too many Palestinians have died. Thousands of Palestinian children have died, and it is a tragedy when one of them dies. Of course, we don't want to see a single child die. We don't want to see anyone die as a result of this conflict, which is why we have been working to bring this.
Well, so condemn it then. Right? That's the guy's point. So condemn it then. If you don't want to see another child die, then condemn the killing of children. It's not difficult, actually. The gaslighting is so prevalent and strong. They really are hoping, actually. They really are hoping that if they ban TikTok, that all of these questions will go away. They're insane to think that because it's too late now. It's too late. Like, billions of people are now aware of what is actually going on in Palestine, you know?
This conflict to a close.
It's too late, man. You're fucked.
When this smarmy fuck says that the United States doesn't want to kill children, he's lying through his teeth. If that were the case, if the United States didn't want to see thousands of dead Palestinian children...
I suspect condemn is a legal term that has legal expectations, and they're dancing around the demands to say, no, at the end of the day, we all know that the US doesn't abide to international law anyway, so it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Maybe that guy's afraid of his job, losing his job. Could be. But to condemn something is like, it's a word, right? It's easy to say words. This is the thing. This is, I think, why it's such a joke that they can't say, yeah, we condemn the actions of Israel. It's really bad and they need to stop. Because even if they were lying, it is easy to lie and to do that, right? At the moment, they're not doing that. They're mincing the words. They're changing it around. They're fucking it up, right? They're too proud to say they made the wrong choice in defending Israel. No, I don't think it's that. I genuinely think that they are taking part in the manufacturing of consent of devaluing Palestinian lives. I genuinely think that's what it is. I think that that's what they've been briefed on. I think that they are completely brainwashed by the same propaganda that is flushed down the ears of every Israeli person. I think that they are absolutely on board with this 1,000%, and they are desperately trying to, the US just has like a better position to be able to word their lies a bit better. Yeah. That dude's a kid's birthday magician. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, worthy and unworthy victims. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
They would not have sent Israel 230 cargo planes and 20 warships carrying 5,000 Mk-84 2,000-pound bombs, 5,000 Mk-82 500-pound bombs, 1,000 GBU-39 small-diameter bombs, 3,000 JDAMs, 57,000 artillery shells, and 21,000 precision-guided munitions. If the United States didn't want to kill Palestinian children, then they wouldn't have allocated $14 billion out of the $80 billion foreign aid deal signed last week to Israel, with shipments in the coming months including another 1,000 Mk-82 500-pound bombs, tens of thousands more artillery shells, 200 kamikaze drones, thousands of bunker buster munitions, millions of dollars worth of bomb fuses, and an undetermined but likely large supply of F-35 and F-15 fighter jets. Everyone knows what these weapons are doing to the people of Gaza. We can see what these weapons are doing to the people of Gaza. The United States itself officially cited a death toll of 25,000 women and children in Gaza. And that was a month ago. How do they think these people died? How can one possibly justify this? And, we know the answer to that. The answer is Hamas. That's how they do it. Hamas. They say Hamas.
Hamas, Hamas, Hamas,
Hamas, Hamas.
Hamas, Hamas.
Which conveniently is something Miller did later in this briefing.
Whenever you ask me these questions, I do think you continue to kind of just elide over the fact that Hamas bears a great deal of responsibility for putting those children in harm's way. Remember, it was Hamas that launched this war in the first place with an attack on Israel that killed.
No, 1948. Next defense, dude. Actually, 1948.
Men, women,
hate
and
these
children.
cunts. I hate these
Hamas
cunts.
that hid and continues to hide behind children as human shields.
The question I have to ask here
Human shields. Shut the fuck up.
is, how far does this rationale extend? How many innocent people have to die? What will it take?
He's every neoliberal piece of shit on Twitter. Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Any sign of restraint? We haven't seen that limit yet from the United States, but the logic on display here says that there isn't one. Following the Flower Massacre, the United States announced a plan to start airdropping aid into Gaza. This was clearly a PR move. For one, these airdrops are just insultingly inadequate when it comes to feeding Gazans. So far, in the first 2 weeks of airdrops, the US has supplied 200,000 meals and 50,000 water bottles to a population that needs millions of meals each day. Gazans having to chase these airdrops is degrading. Many of the crates are landing in unreachable places, far out into the sea or over uncrossable borders. The most insane element of this, though, of course, is that while this aid drops from the sky, so too do the American bombs. People are having to decide whether the thing dropping from the sky is a food crate or a US supplied drone. This is made worse when we've seen that sometimes it actually doesn't matter. Both of these things can kill you. Last week, an aid drops parachute malfunctioned and killed 5 Palestinian people. This was something that the US was told might happen. We can see it here in this image, the pathetic excuse for aid from America, food scraps, floating down into an active bombing site. The US is in early talks to begin construction on a port in Gaza, which they claim will be used for the import of humanitarian aid.
Well, this is a little old now because this actually started happening this week or something. This started happening yesterday or whatever.
Just like the airdrops, this is not enough and everyone knows it. It's another PR stunt at best and at worst, just one more potential method of subjugating Palestinians, opening up another avenue for detainment, deportation, and potential naval operations. Not to mention the estimated 1 trillion metric tons of natural gas contained in the Gaza Marine and natural gas field off the coast of Gaza. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. The US government can make Israel open up the crossings. That's the only thing that's going to stop
President Obama met Rishi Sunak at Downing Street yesterday.
So either they don't want to, or the Biden administration is just weaker and more incompetent than any previous administration when dealing with Israel. Whatever the case may be, though, it doesn't actually matter. Both of these possibilities materially constitute aiding and abetting genocide. The Flower Massacre wasn't some one-off incident. Israel has been attacking and killing starved Palestinians at humanitarian aid convoys for months. They've done it since the aid trucks first started showing up, and they did it almost every single day of the week leading up to the Flower Massacre. They've also done it almost every day since. At the time of writing, March 12th, there have been 17 recorded instances of Israeli troops attacking civilians at aid convoys with guns, airstrikes, and tank shelling, all of which have resulted in serious injuries or deaths. On January 25th, Israel killed 20 Palestinians and wounded another 150 with gunshots and artillery fire while they were waiting in line for food at the Kuwait Junction in Gaza City. On February 18th, a starved Gazan was shot in the head by the IDF on Rashid Street as he came looking for food. His body was found surrounded by the empty boxes of aid. On February 19th, IDF soldiers sprayed bullets indiscriminately at starved Gazans on Rashid Street. On February 22nd, Al-Shifa Hospital received several Gazans who were wounded or killed by the IDF on Rashid Street while looking for food. On that same day, the Euromed Monitor field team recorded horrifying testimonies of Israeli tanks firing artillery shells and bullets at them, despite the fact that they were carrying white flags, obeying Israeli army orders, and walking on army-designated streets. On February...
They just do not care. All they want is to massacre Palestinians and Arabs in general. That's all they give a fuck about.
23rd, a starved Gazan went with his younger brother looking for food at Rashid Street and returned with his brother in a bag on his back. He had been shot and killed by the IDF. On February 24th, the Red Crescent retrieved the bodies of 2 Gazans shot to death by IDF soldiers while looking for food. On February 25th, a starved Gazan father was shot in the abdomen by IDF soldiers while looking for food. His siblings found and rescued him. He ended up bleeding to death. On February 26th, IDF soldiers fired indiscriminately at starved Gazan crowds. On February 27th, a child was shot in the abdomen by IDF soldiers while waiting for aid trucks. On February 28th, the day before the Flower Massacre, IDF soldiers fired indiscriminately at starving Gazans. And, as you can imagine, following the Flower Massacre, nothing changed, and these massacres are still happening. On March 3rd, 4 days after the Flower Massacre, Israel bombed a crowd of Palestinians that were collecting food from a humanitarian aid truck in Deir al-Balah. 9 people were killed and scores more were wounded. I'm writing the script on Tuesday, March 12th, and 2 hours ago, Israel killed 9 more Palestinians attempting to gather food at an aid truck at the Kuwait roundabout. It's March 15th now, and as I was going to upload this video, Israeli troops fired on a humanitarian aid office with Apache helicopters, killing 20 Palestinians and wounding scores more. They had the coordinates of this office. They know what they are doing.
And yesterday, which is 3 days after this video, yeah, they just started bombing Rafah again. They just started bombing the shit out of Rafah.
IDF is committing these massacres with total impunity, and they will continue to do so. The Flower Massacre came and went, and the world let it happen. They have normalized this crime and opened up the door for endless repetitions. It really is just like the Al-Ali hospital bombing. Arguments and deliberations for weeks and weeks in the media, and all the while...
Oh, and they went into Al-Shifa Hospital again. And kidnapped a bunch of fucking people.
Israel attacked or destroyed all of Gaza's hospitals, rendering most of them inoperable. Media in the West has a staunchly pro-Israel bias. We know this. We looked at some examples earlier. There are countless others. If that's too anecdotal for you, though, we have the data on it. Last week, the Center for Media Monitoring released a report analyzing media coverage from British
108 people in Al-Shifa,
October 7th attacks. This analysis and coverage yielded evidence of extreme
mostly doctors and nurses
across the board. Bias in the context, language, framing.
They also kidnapped a bunch of Al Jazeera reporters, and Al Jazeera has put out a statement demanding they return them.
The amount and severity of misinformation, misrepresentation, and just overall airtime. And yet, despite this bias, according to those who've actually been on the ground in Gaza, we're still only seeing a fraction of the horrors of Israel's genocide.
The reality on the ground is infinitely worse than the worst videos and photos that we're seeing in the West. There is people being buried alive en masse in their homes, their bodies being shredded to pieces, these kinds of videos and images that people are seeing. Beyond that, there is this daily massive degradation of life. It is a total denigration of a whole society that was once high functioning and proud.
That was critically acclaimed author Susan Abulhawa. Her perspective is shared by countless others who have been to Gaza since October 7th. Doctors, journalists, aid workers, none of them returning without horror stories.
And what I saw was relentless bombing that was taking place day and night. You saw many people who were injured, many of whom were children, many of people who were just trying to go about their regular day, looking for where their next meal would come from, looking for where they could attain water. And in the process of doing so, they were hit by tank shells or by airstrikes or by sniper fire. It was really horrific and overwhelming.
If you scroll down on this video, you will find comments that say, this is war. This sort of thing happens in all wars. This is Hamas's fault. Hamas did this. If it weren't for October 7th, none of this would be happening. There is no reasoning with these people, so don't even try. They have been blind.
Yeah, which is why earlier I just said to that guy, I'm having sex with your dad, I'm coming in his ass, right? Because there's no point. You just got to annoy him and fuck him off. Just block him and move on, right? Like, not only because it's probably, you know, if 10 Zionist accounts have been in this stream since October 7th, they're all the same guy, right? They're all the same guy. They operate in the exact same way that chuds do. Yeah. And I'm not saying that that there's like, you know, a tiny proportion of Zionists in the world. No, there's quite a few. There is quite a few, unfortunately. But generally speaking, you know, the people who are out there doing the fucking, the absolute psychopathic, fucking depraved, you know, bot kind of Hasbro propaganda shit, there's not a lot of them. You know? Yeah, Hasbro cubicle farm on shift. That's what it is. That's what it is. Hard to believe there's a God after watching all the shit that believers do. Well, you know, believers are believers. They're not God, are they? Right? And I don't particularly believe that there is a, you know, a God that is in the scriptures, but, you know, what I do believe in is people, and I believe that people can be very good, and that goodness comes from a place of deep spirituality, but a lot of that has been lost. Anyway, listen, we're kind of getting off topic here, but you know, there's no reasoning with these people, so you know, don't try and debate them. Don't try. They're the same as every other fascist, right? They're just the same as every other fascist. There's no point in debating them. If you debate them, it's bad on you actually, because what you're saying is that their ideas deserve to be debated, but they don't deserve to be debated, do they? God is just a place to dump their responsibility and shame. It's how they become monsters. Right, exactly, yeah. I'm doing it because God says. I'm doing it because of religion. Yeah? Whereas actually, if they were acting in the way that Judaism told them to, right, in reading the Talmud, they would know that Senat Chinam, baseless hatred, is a sin. It's the sin that got Jewish people kicked out of the temple in Jerusalem back in the day. And that's what the Talmud teaches. That's Judaism, right?
Blinded by Israeli propaganda.
And then you've also got like, you know, the very, very like Orthodox rabbis who are like, yo, look, you know, we're not supposed to go to Israel until the Messiah comes. And even when the Messiah comes, we're not supposed to go there and kill people, right?
Laundered through Western media outlets and feel...
Or I don't know if it's go to Israel. It's like to have the state of Israel or the kingdom of Israel, whatever they call it.
Either indifferent to or empowered by Israel's clear bloodlust for the genocide of the Palestinian people. They may have watched this video, but the stories of these Palestinians who have been murdered by the terrorist state of Israel, these stories went in one ear and out the other. They can see evidence that the Israeli military shot 1,000 people, that they have starved, then lie about it over and over, and still, after all of that, feel nothing. It makes me feel like I'm going insane. I can't think of any explanation for this beyond their humanity has eroded to nothing. To the journalists, the politicians, and the media figures that have cheered this genocide on, or worse yet, the liberals who feign concern over the lives of Palestinians while telling everyone around them to bend the knee and vote for the party who's doing this, while explaining to everyone who opposes child-killing weapons shipments that these shipments are relatively pretty moral, because they include defensive...
Whoa, what's this? Is it possible Biden is using a deeper moral calculus than Twitter is telling you? What? Iron Dome intercepts these attacks, saving civilian lives. Let's say you get your way. Biden declines to authorize these defensive weapons. Hezbollah and Hamas can slaughter civilians at will. What do you think happens next? It's just such... The framing of this is such bullshit. It's such bullshit. Muhanga says, debating the fascist is almost the same as debating which side dish you should bring to the ogre when he's going to eat you. It is quite delusional and detrimental to your overall being. That was poetic, Muhanga. That was poetic. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, let's carry on.
Munitions, or decrying the tragedy of Gaza's famine while framing it as if it were just some natural occurring phenomenon and not the intentional act of war that everyone else has concluded that it is. While bravely posing the question, why can't the people being murdered just shut up and get along with their murderers? History will not look kindly upon you. Please share this video with anyone in your life that isn't seeing what Israel is doing right now. In the description, you'll find a link for some vetted charities for Palestine. Donate.
Links at the top of the stream chat, at the top of this chat.
And share these stories. As I've said, any money that I make on these will be donated to Palestine. But if you want to support me and my work, I have a Patreon. You can get videos ad-free, early script access, behind-the-scenes stuff. This whole YouTube journalism, but not really journalism thing is new to me. I'm not used to it. It's not something I've done on my channel for very long. But right now, I feel like I'm physically incapable of talking about or doing anything else. So this is what we're going to do. I'll try
yeah, Noah.
a lighter video soon. We'll see. But anyways, thanks for watching.
Big up Noah. What a fucking legend. I'm really, really impressed with the stuff that Noah's doing on Palestine. He's basically dedicated his entire channel to being Palestinian news, talking about what's going on. It's really, really good. Listen, chat, I've got to go real quick. I've got to go to the toilet. I've got to get some more water. Do the same yourself. Don't forget to take your meds, use the toilet, get a snack, get some water. I'll be back momentarily. Okay. All right. Here we fucking go. What do we got in the chat? Believers' manufacturing conditions for a prophecy to happen is probably the point of a prophecy. Is it? I don't know. I don't know much prophecy, but I reckon artificially making up situations that matches the words of a prophecy isn't really prophetic. Yeah, I agree. I feel people taking advantage of history in the sense that people tend to say sorry for something they've done hundreds of years ago while doing the same to someone else. Yeah. Cycle your fluids. That's piss. It's true. It's true. Look, I still got that.
That's piss. That.
Shh. Stop. Okay. I just need that to play once. I just need that to play once. Let me fix that scene real quick.
That's piss. That's piss. That's piss.
Okay, there you go. It just works once now. Go like that.
That's piss.
Brilliant. Brilliant. I fixed it. I fixed it. Look at me, chat. If you like how good I am at fixing my stream live on stream, you should consider subbing off Twitch and donating to the stream. Yeah? We've got lots of new tasty donation options. Hella cool custom dono alerts for £2, £4, £25, £6.66, £10, and £13.20. Sorry, £13.12. If you want to, if you fancy donating. And I would encourage you to donate because this is my full-time job. I do this for work. This is my work. If you have enjoyed what you've been watching so far, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, please consider donating to my PayPal directly so that I can pay my rent, pay my bills, eat, take myself out on little dates, and get treats for the boy. Treats for the boy, you know? So please consider that. To hit the daily dono goal, I only need another, what was it, £25 that we got earlier? So I only need another £25. That would be £5 donos. I know that there's 5 people with a $5 in the back pocket for the streamer out there. I know you're out there. I know you're out there. We can make this happen, chat. We can make this happen. It also means that we will probably unlock what are we on there? What are we actually at? 267? Well, I don't think it will mean that we'll unlock the halfway dono goal, but it will get us pretty fucking close, yeah? So please consider that. I was going to say something else. Oh, yeah. If you're not financially capable of supporting the stream in that way, do not worry about it. I have another way that you could support the stream, and that's by going to the Go Live tweet or the Go Live skeet on Blue Sky and Twitter, irrespectively. You can go and retweet that, like, comment under it, and that will get me a bunch of interaction. It will boost it in the algorithm, and it means that more people will see the stream, and potentially someone who can donate to the stream will come into the stream and support the stream. That's how it works, yeah? That's how it all fucking works. Anyway, please consider the boy. Please consider your boy. We got some more content for you. So one thing that I wanted to bring up just after this video, just particularly about this while we're on Free Palestine, because Zay Squirrel's done a lot of really good posts about this kind of stuff on Twitter, particularly about Zionist lies and bullshit. And this one in particular I think is really important. This one is about the beheaded babies bullshit that was going around October the 7th. So on October 10th, Lisa Goldman, who was a contributing editor at New Lines magazine, made a post which reached at least 500,000 people, saying that she personally saw with her own eyes beheaded babies. No such photo exists. She intentionally spread genocidal atrocity propaganda. So Lisa Goldman here saying, I think people will not believe the reports of what happened in Kfar Aza and Kibbutz Be'eri, even though Hamas posted photos and videos on their own Telegram channel, because these are ISIS tactics, beheaded babies and burned corpses. Yes, I saw the photos. In October, Matthew Gerz, who works at Media Matters, repeatedly spread the 40 beheaded babies hoax to millions of people, providing progressive covering to it, given his background and position. Gerz has never acknowledged that he intentionally spread genocidal propaganda. So here's Matthew Gerz saying, French journalist confirms Hamas terrorists beheaded babies at Kfar Aza. Sourcing includes courageous journalists from the foreign press who were able to see and agreed with their own eyes the bodies. And then also saying, personally, I don't find a lot of distinction between Hamas murdered babies but only beheaded adults, and Hamas murdered and beheaded babies as well as adults. I wonder why he made that distinction. I really don't know why people who clearly would not change their views at all based on this story are so determined to knock this down. But according to members of an international team of forensic pathologists examining the bodies of the victims, Hamas terrorists committed unfathomable atrocities. Yeah, interesting timing. After first repeating the 40 beheaded babies hoax from reporters, Matthew Gertz then went back to later in October to confirm it via Dr. Chen Kugel, Israel's chief forensic pathologist, in a piece from Israeli Propaganda Rad. But Chen Kugel lied. Dr. Chen Kugel, Israel's chief forensic pathologist who heads its Abu Kabir Forensic Institute that handled all the bodies from October 7th, said in early November that he personally saw beheaded babies. But that is a proven lie, as Israel's own records have confirmed. So, workers in the morgue confirmed they had seen babies whose head were missing. Dr. Chen Kugel, the head of the Abu Kabir Institute, told me he had seen the burnt headless bodies of babies. Hamas committed documented atrocities, but a few false stories feed the deniers. According to sources, including Israel's National Insurance Institute, kibbutz leaders, and the police on October 7th, one baby was murdered. 10-month-old Mila Cohen. Yeah. Wild how it's always the people resisting their genocidal apartheid who are the terrorists. Yeah. It's always the case, right? Always the case. So now Matthew Gertz and Lisa Goldman, who both adamantly insisted that anyone denying the 40 beheaded babies hoax was an evil, monstrous terrorist barbarian, have now moved on like nothing happened. But I'm not going to let you move on, you depraved genocidal scumbags. I remember it like it was yesterday. Matthew Gertz came out with his screenshots from CNN reporters and Chen Kugel going, "Ooh, so you still deny it? How dare you deny it?" Lisa Goldman saw the photos with her own eyes. That's how they laundered the Gaza genocide. Hey, Matt Gertz, do you have any comment on this? Only one baby died on October 7th in Crossfire, not beheaded. That is fact. So you willfully and intentionally spread and laundered genocidal atrocity propaganda to millions of people. Do you have any shame at all? Lisa Goldman and Matthew Gertz are but two of many who repeated and laundered the 40 beheaded babies hoax. There are many more, and I have a list of them that I will soon publish to serve as a permanent public record of their genocidal depravity. I will not let you move on. By the way, do you know who else said he saw photos of beheaded babies repeatedly after even it was disavowed by his own White House? Genocide Joe! That's right. That's right, chat. The most grotesque, depraved thing about the 40 beheaded babies hoax is that propagandist freaks like Lisa Goldman and Matthew Gertz fabricated, disseminated, and laundered it so they could actually behead Palestinian babies en masse. 1 week after October 7th, Noor Harazin reported live from Gaza that she saw at least 10 actually beheaded toddlers. No one in the Western media reported this. Over the next 6 months, thousands more babies were beheaded and bodies were ripped apart because they didn't and still don't. Fucking mental. Let's listen to this, chat.
The Israeli warplanes attacked airstrikes a home that belonged to Abu Jbara family located in Deir al-Balah in southern Gaza. We saw whole families. I myself saw children, at least 10 children under the age of 5 with their heads cut off, their bodies. If you can see around me, we can still see the ambulances arriving to the Shuhada al-Aqsa hospital, mostly women.
Hey, Sinister Hand, how's it going?
I mean, this is undescribable. This is like a massacre. The Israeli war.
So there you go, Noor Harazin. We also got here Matthew Gertz of Media Matters isn't responding to his intentional spreading and laundering of the 40 beheaded babies genocidal atrocity propaganda hoax, but he's crying about a Zionist maniac's literary essay being removed from some magazine. You can find him here. Exclusive, the article Guernica retracted, and the translator who tried to tread the line of empathy from the edges of a broken world by Joanna Chen in the Washington Monthly. People like Matthew Gertz are some of the most depraved scumbags alive. They hide in their genocidal, murderous Zionist depravity behind this veneer of liberal progressivism. Look at me. I'm talking about how evil Trump is again for the 1000th time. Also, kill all Palestinians. Hey, Matt Gertz, you fucked up. You intentionally spread and laundered a genocidal propaganda hoax, browbeating everyone with it by waving around your progressive liberal Media Matters status, and thought you could just move on like nothing happened. I won't let you move on. He's crying about Guernica magazine deciding to withdraw an essay from an Israeli Zionist freak who described bombs falling on Gaza as good booms, but he hasn't said a word about the ongoing genocide and mass starvation he gleefully helped bring about and launder, you vile scum. And I agree. He's right and he should say it, chat. I'm all right, thank you, Sinister Hand. Yeah, thanks for asking. Thank you. And then you got this motherfucker in the chat. The photo does exist. Why lie? You can easily find it. Link it to me. Right? Saying link it to me. Hamas Atrocities on Telegram and also here on Twitter, I believe, have all the graphic material, including the beheaded burned baby. I'm not going to look for it because I'm not trying to traumatize myself again, but go for it. I'm not going to traumatize myself again. Yeah, okay, dude. All right, dude. I'm with you. All right, it's time for the next section. It's time for the next bit. Some J.K. Rowling fascism. I told you we were going to be talking about this later. I wonder if Generation Why Me is actually still here. So apologies if you had to duck out, my friend. But it's Kaylin Conrad's latest video. I'm going to go ahead and link this in both chats so that you can have access to it. And that also means that you can go ahead and like, comment, and subscribe. Our leftist content creator friends' videos. It's really important. It means that they can get a bit more algorithm stuff going on for them in the same way that I need algorithm stuff going on for me. You know, it's a big circle jerk of algorithm stuff. Carpe says, I remember Israel saying it would be disrespectful to the victims for us to provide evidence of the claim. Yeah. I remember that too. Hey, Woodborg, how you doing? Good to see you. Apple Chips, the video game. How you doing? Welcome in. Always good to see your name trending along with Nazis. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to be checking out this video. So content warning for transphobia and Holocaust revisionism, which is something we're going to have to address with Kaylin here in their new video about this.
This went from decrying the banning of books to denying the Nazis' burning of books. Let's talk about how she sunk so low. If you've heard of Joanne Rowling, it's likely for one of two things: writing the children's series Harry Potter, or being a rabid, foaming-at-the-mouth billionaire who spends her days wandering around her castle ranting about trans people on Twitter. Think Scrooge, but with less empathy or self-awareness. I'm not going to discuss the last half a decade of her vilifying, demonizing, and slandering trans people because there's plenty of information about that out there. I mentioned quite a lot of that in this video on her podcast, The Witch Trials of J.K. Rowling.
Yeah, I think we watched that one. I think we watched that when it came out, that Kaylin video.
So here's what happened. On Wednesday, March 13th, which is yesterday for me, Joanne Rowling posted a tweet with a screenshot that read,
"The Nazis burned books on trans healthcare and research. Why are you so desperate to uphold their ideology around gender?"
To which Joanne responded,
How? How did you type this out and press send without thinking, I should maybe check my source for this because it might have been a fever?
She's such a fucking disgusting prick, honestly. She's genuinely such a fucking disgusting, horrible person. How did you type this out and press send without thinking, I should maybe check my source for this? Well, I don't know, Joanne. Maybe because there are multiple sources for this.
Dream.
This tweet was referencing the significant, undisputed evidence that—
That's what it is. Admitting what the Nazis did requires her to admit that trans people are historical. She's sunk cost in denial. Yes, very true.
Nazis burned Magnus Hirschfeld's research on early trans healthcare. Or at least, it's undisputed by Holocaust historians and scholars. The article in the Holocaust Encyclopedia, produced by the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, gives an impressive account of Hirschfeld's life and career. And I'll be quoting their work as to avoid undue accusations of editorializing. Although it's possible that Nazis, staunch Holocaust denialists, and J.K. Rowling will disagree.
Huh.
I can't speak to any overlap between these three groups, but obviously you're free to come to your own conclusions.
Damn!
Magnus Hirschfeld has a complicated legacy.
During the Weimar Republic, Hirschfeld became especially prominent. The Nazi Party rejected these new ideas about gender and sexuality. While many Germans embraced Hirschfeld's work, others found it scandalous.
For someone who thinks about trans people as much as J.K. Rowling does, I'm a bit surprised she didn't know that. Yeah, but J.K. Rowling doesn't actually think about trans people, does she? She just gets mad that they exist. So that's the difference, right? She doesn't think about like, transgender, what does it mean? Why are people like that? What goes on? Blah, blah, blah. She's not like an inquisitive mind about this kind of stuff. She's just like, I hate trans people and I want them to be gone from society, right? That's the kind of thinking that she does about trans people.
His work was frequently attacked in the press. Large numbers of Germans were opposed to public discussions of sex and sexuality. They viewed such debates as decadent, overly permissive, and immoral. Many were disturbed by the increased visibility of sex in advertising, film, and other aspects of daily life in the Weimar Republic.
She's incredibly incurious, too arrogant. I agree, Woodbug. Yeah,
as Weimar's overly sexualized culture. Hirschfeld was also targeted because of his Jewish ancestry and his sexuality.
And that's right, this dungeon sub-bus, yeah.
He did not observe cultural Jewish or religious traditions and never made his private life part of his public persona. Hirschfeld even became the victim of violent right-wing assaults during the 1920s. In 1921, he was badly beaten in Munich. A newspaper article celebrated the assault and warned that the next time his skull might be crushed. In 1933, the Nazi regime began to crack down on what they saw as
Weimar Republic also banned nudism as a cultural thing?
For sexual science were subject to Nazi attacks on a number of fronts. The Nazis hated Hirschfeld for his pacifism, his Jewish ancestry, and his ideas about sex.
She's always been that way before the transphobia came to light, is that right?
1933. A Nazi student group marched to the Institute for Sexual
Science. Well, no, yeah, actually, no. What am I talking about? Of course she has. Because every single one of her books is just racist. Every single one of her books is just fucking racist and fatphobic, and everything in it is just like cringe as fuck. British bullshit. You know? God damn it.
In Berlin. With members of the SA, they ransacked the Institute and looted its library and archives. Days later, the stolen books, artifacts, and clinical files were destroyed in one of several public book burnings organized across Germany. A bust of Hirschfeld was paraded through the streets on a stick before being thrown onto the bonfire. Within months, Nazi authorities forced the Institute for Sexual Science to close.
Forward, a Jewish press, had this to say yesterday.
The Institute for Sexual Research was a groundbreaking clinic and place of support for trans, queer, and gender nonconforming people. It also housed a library of research on gender-affirming surgery and sexuality more generally. After the raid, the students piled the Institute's entire collection in the street and set fire to the books, destroying research that would not be recreated for decades. The book burning at the Institute...
Not changed in a century, that's right, Prince.
The earliest and
not changed
book burnings during Hitler's reign.
Out of everything in the discourse, no Holocaust historians deny or debate the destruction of Hirschfeld's work by the Nazis. It's not in contention. Throughout the upcoming tweets fired back and forth, the tense two-day debates, nobody denies this happened. Except for Joanne Rowling. Even the Nazis on Elon Musk's Twitter agree it happened. They just think it was, good that it happened because they're Nazis.
Yeah.
The Nazis burned books on trans healthcare and research. Why are you so desperate to uphold their ideology around gender?
Hey, Ellie Simone.
How did you type this out and press send without thinking, I should maybe check my source for this because it might have been a fever dream?
The extremely, undeniably charitable
That's right.
read of
Dog
this,
whistles there.
and the only one that
Dungeon
wouldn't
sub-bus,
end
yeah.
with Joanne being a Nazi crime denialist is that she's completely ignorant to LGBTQ plus history. And this wouldn't surprise me. She's often incredibly ignorant to LGBTQ plus issues, despite speaking for and over the community frequently and with as much disdain for us as possible. I don't owe her that charity, but I won't say one way or another what goes on in her head. The only thing I know for sure is that at every turn, she seems willing to say or do anything she can to prevent anyone from having sympathy for trans people. If it was an error on her part, the ethical, reasonable thing to do would be to say, I was incorrect. I was not aware of the Nazi raids on Hirschfeld's Institute, which I condemn and apologize for referring to as possibly being a fever dream. But she didn't. And I believe that was for a very specific reason.
Right.
To admit that the Nazis condemned and attacked an institution that served to help trans people and performed gender confirmation surgery, she'd be admitting that her and the Nazis are aligned ideologically, at least on this one point. Rowling
right, and they should say it.
Institutions that do just that, even going as far as to call for those doctors to be put on trial and sent to prison despite not having broken any laws. Twitter is a strange place. One minute, they're talking about how bringing chili to your neighbor is classist, and the next, George Takei is replying to J.K. Rowling's denial of Nazi crimes. I wish I knew how to log off. I don't know how to log off. George said, quite simply,
"This is, in fact, true."
And in response to this, the man that Joanne would come to use as a source for her denials, Malcolm Clark of the anti-trans lobby group, the LGB Alliance, waded in Rowling's defense, of course. Throughout all of this, Malcolm refuses to acknowledge that Joanne was incorrect, likely due to his fear of her terrifying, vindictive responses and day-long rage sessions on Twitter where she targets individuals, leading to intense dog piles and harassment from...
Not just that, not just the dog piles and harassment, but she, like, sends fucking lawyers after people, innit? She's literally just like, you know, don't say anything about me online, otherwise I'm gonna sue you, innit? You know what I mean? And it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't, like, if it was stuff that wasn't true, then that would be like okay, right? But this is all stuff that's true about her, you know.
Sycophants.
She's so litigious.
The actual verifiable claim being made: the Nazis burned books on trans healthcare and research. He replies with an attack on Hirschfeld himself. That's right. He thought, I know how to prove that we're not aligned with Nazis. Attack the guy the Nazis attacked.
No way.
This was the most reasonable defense.
No fucking way.
At the time. There's this myth that people only use 10% of their brain.
Yeah, that's right.
That's not true.
She targets poor, queer, and women.
People
yeah.
use none.
Poor people, queer people,
Like
and women.
The anti-Matilda. Seriously, a gender-critical woman who denied that the books were burned asked for the ISBN numbers of the books. The ISBN. A system introduced 40 years later. Okay, sorry, back to George. He replied to Rowling with,
"This is, in fact, true."
To which Malcolm replied with this.
Hirschfeld, though Jewish and gay, was pro-eugenics, argued homosexuals should not reproduce, recommended gays for the stagnant cure involving castration, and tried to locate sperm cells in lesbians. His institute had a deeply racist and misogynist ethnology department. He was a quack.
Now, I'd like to clarify and to draw attention to the fact that Malcolm actually doesn't dispute outright that the Nazi crime took place, as Joanne did. And nothing Hirschfeld is accused of by Malcolm would make Joanne's tweet...
I think it's so funny that this man was like, I'm going to agree with the Nazis here. He was like, I know this is the best way to solve this situation, make GCs look good. I'm just gonna say what the Nazis thought about this man. Yeah, very, very good. Very, very good.
Less of a denial of a Nazi crime. But let's actually examine his claims anyways, because Joanne used them as a shield against criticism, linking back to this thread on Twitter that he posted.
Thread on the persistent claims about trans people and the Nazis.
The thread relies heavily on a recent book called Racism and the Making of Gay Rights in some of his claims. Today, Malcolm sent this tweet to me.
If you were able to give me a single example from my thread of an error, you do it. You don't because you can't. Instead, you rant, indulge in bizarre hyperbole, and resort to projection. You are almost a test case in LGBTQ+ activism's infertile inability to debate. Toddle off.
Okay, Grandpa, let's get into it. But can you stop tensing your muscles to look more manly for the camera and maybe put a shirt on first?
In a book last year, Lori Mayer Hoover revealed Hirschfeld argued homosexuality was nature's way to prevent bad genes being passed on. Gays must not procreate, he said. Unwittingly, Hirschfeld gave credence to the Nazi conviction that gays were a threat to racial purity.
Oh, I see. So Magnus Hirschfeld was asking for it. That's what you're saying, yeah? That's what you're saying. Magnus Hirschfeld was asking for it.
Neither my researcher / fact checker nor I could find a source for this claim through a detailed search of this book.
Yeah.
The word genes did not appear in any of the text referring to gay people. Gays must not procreate as a phrase does not appear in the book at all. In fact, the word procreate does not appear in the book at all. It's, of course, possible.
So what you're saying is he didn't read this book?
Other ways, but definitely not in the way Malcolm represented it here. At the very least, Malcolm is being incredibly loose and sloppy with his phrasing. I'll have to wait for Malcolm's sources on these claims because he doesn't actually provide them in the thread, the one Joanne linked to. The book does say this, however, about Hirschfeld.
Magnus Hirschfeld was a sexologist, a scientist of human sexuality. He was also the world's best-known, most committed defender of homosexuals.
Hirschfeld was one of the first to propose scientifically that being gay was a matter of biology.
And he helped found the Scientific Humanitarian Committee, partially in outraged response to the trial of Oscar Wilde 2 years earlier in England on 25 charges of gross indecency related to his homosexual relationships. Is now thought to be the first ever advocacy group for LGBTQ rights.
Hirschfeld was gay himself, having had a relationship with his protege, Li Shutong, who, it must...
Hang on a minute, he was actually poly and in a relationship with 2 men at the time of his death. I don't know why contemporary sources only mention the first one. Let's fucking go, chat! Poly Kings, stay winning. Poly Kings, stay winning. Hey, Mr. Ray. Yeah, free Oscar. For real.
He noted, was 40 years younger than Hirschfeld. Hirschfeld believed that there were 43,046,721 different types of human sexuality. I don't know how he counted that.
Love is as varied as people are,
he once said. An interview with Meyerhofer in Extra reveals what the actual author thought of Hirschfeld himself, going to great lengths to criticize Hirschfeld's racism, of which there is plenty of evidence for. Hirschfeld was, by all accounts, a mild supporter of eugenics.
Mild.
For more on this, you can watch Drop the Tea, a documentary on this channel that I created with Sarah from The Leftist Cooks. In the interview with Extra, the author says,
With Hirschfeld, when I started out, I didn't have a good sense of who he was as a person. I think by the end of it, I did. I felt like he was a well-rounded person, and I could see many sides of him and still admire things about him. But I wouldn't need to meet him in the afterlife or anything.
According to the author, Hirschfeld was specifically racist against black people.
Damn.
Hirschfeld called himself an anti-racist, but that term meant something different back then. There is ample evidence that he was racist, but was against scientific racism. Hirschfeld criticized some parts of eugenics theory while supporting others. He did argue in favor of sterilizing the feeble-minded,
oh, damn,
as Malcolm Clark claims, but there's no indication that he included gay people in that category. His history is also complicated. According to the Washington Post, he joined the feminist organization.
So basically, he inspired Ernst Röhm. Yeah, that's what we're finding out here.
League for the Protection of Mothers, and campaigned for the decriminalization of abortion and an end to the rules that impose celibacy and non-maternity on female teachers and civil servants. But he also believed that women were inferior to men. Suffice it to say, he had some problematic ideas. Clark claimed that Hirschfeld's research was obsessed with sperm. And if he was, it was not in the way Clark implies. Hirschfeld suggested examining lesbians' vaginal secretions for sperm and the urine of gay men for menstrual blood. This appears to have happened because Hirschfeld failed to distinguish between gays and lesbians and transsexuals of the day, something that goes against Malcolm's claims that gay people and trans people were not in any way conflated by the Nazis.
Right.
All indications are that Hirschfeld did not advocate for sterilizing gay people and worked extensively to overturn the Weimar Republic's paragraph 175 criminalizing homosexuality. It seems that the intention of this thread is to do one thing, to link Hirschfeld's research to modern-day gender-critical...
Yeah, I know, but I think Mr. I, the reason that Kaelin is mentioning that is because it directly contradicts what this Malcolm Clark guy said on Twitter.
Arguments that transition care is designed to sterilize cisgender gay people. That is the overall implication of this thread, and it's something Joanne has claimed does well.
Perhaps your time would be better spent thinking up some reasons you cheered on the sterilization of gay and artistic kids. One of your co-religionists is probably working on a slogan right now. We all look forward to
She's just so vile. She's just so genuinely vile.
seeing it.
In his thread, Malcolm also goes on to talk about Hirschfeld's colleague, Erwin Gorbrandt, who invented the modern vaginoplasty procedure that forms the basis for how the procedure is still performed today. Clark claims that
Pussy
Gorbrandt
pioneer.
led the Nazi sterilization effort, but we found no evidence that he was ever involved in sterilizations. I will carefully add that this does not mean he was not involved at all, just that there's no evidence anywhere in Malcolm's thread or on the internet that I could find. All mentions of Gorbrandt leading Nazi efforts at sterilization originate with Clark's tweets over the years.
Oh.
It does not appear in an academic list of Nazi doctor war criminals that includes many that ran the Nazi sterilization regime. It was Heinrich Himmler who oversaw the Nazi sterilization program, and Dr. Philipp Buhler was the early leader. Gorbrandt's horrific experimentations at Dachau did not involve sterilization. Instead, they were on hypothermia, as Clark himself says. But this too is a contradiction in Clark's argument. If he supposedly led the Nazi sterilization effort, why was he
Mr. I, that is literally the topic of this video. Well done. You got it. You got it. That's literally what we're looking at. Congratulations.
researching hypothermia during the war? So that's Rowling's defense.
In case you didn't know, J.K. Rowling denied that that happened. That's what Kaylin's video is about here. Is there a way to tell somebody I'm very sure I'm not sterile despite the decade of HRT that doesn't make me sound weird? I mean, at the end of the day, like, if you think you're not sterile, then like, just freeze those gametes, you know, however you do it, because if you know that, but I don't know, like people are going to deny it because they just don't want to see trans people reproduce, which is like definitely a real thing. I believe that that's like absolutely a real fucking thing because, you know, whether or not trans people are told that they can, you know, reproduce or not, medical doctors still routinely do not give them the option to like freeze their gametes, freeze, you know, sperm or eggs or anything like that. Before they like start HRT and shit like that. So, you know, if you think that's the case, you got to take that shit into your own hands. You know what I mean?
This man who definitely researched trans medicine and absolutely had that research burned had some really bad opinions. But so does she. And if all of her books were burned, her opinions wouldn't change that fact. Shortly after Joanne's initial tweet took off, Alejandra, username @square_ on Twitter, replied,
"You're engaging in Holocaust denial, Joanne,"
with several sources. In response, Rowling attempted to not only move the goalposts, but relocate them to an entirely different stadium.
Neither of your articles support the contention that trans people were the first victims of the Nazis, or that all research on trans healthcare was burned in 1930s Germany. You were engaging in lying, Alejandra.
She's such a dickhead. I genuinely can't stand this woman. She's insufferable. She's actually insufferable.
Now, if we look at the original tweet Rowling claimed was possibly a fever dream, there's no mention of trans people being the first victims of the Nazis. This is a straw man, also a Mott and Bailey fallacy.
Right, yeah, the Mott and Bailey shit.
Alejandra quickly points out,
"I know reading is hard, but where did anyone say they were the first victims or that they burned all books? The facts are that trans people were targeted and the Hirschfeld Sex Institute was sacked by the Nazis and its contents burned on May 6th, 1933.
Yeah.
To which Joanne, the uber anti-Matilda, replies with a screenshot from a completely different account made after Joanne's original tweet.
You're not knowing that trans people were the Nazis' first targets does not make telling you about it a fever dream. We lost basically all research on trans health because the Nazis burnt it all down.
Now, it seems that this tweet is referring, again, specifically...
She's got the worst, like, online posting sickness of all time, hasn't she?
Pretty much began
so
with the
incredibly
attack on Hirschfeld's
fucked.
Institute, and Dora Richter, the first transgender woman known to have undergone sex reassignment surgery, which was done by doctors at the Institute, may have been killed.
It's Conrad Zimmerman! Thank you so much for the raid, dude. How we doing? How we doing? There he is. It's Big Conrad coming in. Oh! Making me get up and do a shout out and everything. There you go, buddy. Everybody, please go follow that Conrad Zimmerman. Incredible dude. Incredible streamer. Playing Balatro? Okay, yeah, well, now I gotta Google that because I don't know what it is. Balatro. Oh, it's like a card game? Poker-inspired roguelike deck builder about creating powerful synergies and winning big. Combine valid poker hands with unique Joker cards. Damn, dude, I can't get involved in that. As soon as I start playing that, I'm about to lose my entire life. It's just how it's going to happen. But anyway, please, everybody go and follow Conrad Zimmerman, producer of Red Planet, extremely cool bass guy, good friend, over on his channel. And enjoy his streams. That'll be very good for everyone, won't it? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. If you're just coming in from Conrad's stream, you don't know me, my name's djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. We're currently watching, the current vid is pinned at the top of the chat. The current video that we're watching is about J.K. Rowling and Holocaust denial, so we're going to be looking at some Holocaust revisionism and transphobia. If that's not your bag, now would be the time to leave. If I had that kind of cash, I would not need the internet to be social. I'd throw parties every day. Just live a life of hedonism and decadence, Joanne. Just log off. Yeah, literally log off. She just needs to log off, doesn't she? Yeah, it's completely fucked. Right, let's crack on.
During the attack.
In May 1933, some 4 months after Hitler came to power, a mob made up of right-wing students and possibly SS stormed to the Institute. They seized all Magnus Hirschfeld's records and ransacked the buildings. Hirschfeld had already fled the Nazi terror and was living in France. But Dora was still there and was never heard from again. It is presumed she was killed in the attack.
Yeah, so this was the trans receptionist at the Institute.
Although it is possible she was arrested and died in custody. It's not known just how many people were murdered after the Institute's records fell into the hands of a Gestapo.
Crazy to think how much better the world could be if J.K. Rowling was just a normal, reclusive millionaire. I genuinely think that there would be less stuff about trans people just in the general media eye. I genuinely think that would be the case, for sure. One Herring says, don't tell them to leave. People with different views definitely should watch this. No, you don't understand. I was saying if you're not down to, take in content that may be like incredibly upsetting and distressing for you today, that you should leave. I wasn't saying leave if you don't want to hear about this and you're being an ignorant idiot. I was saying leave if you hear about this shit every day and it affects your existence. It's called a content warning, yeah?
The police.
So yes. Claiming that the Nazis first targeted trans people.
Fund a commune and live a life of decadence. You could fund multiple communes. You could. You literally could.
Pretty much true. But regardless, that has nothing to do with Joanne's original assertion she continually tries to distract us from, that these book burnings and possibly the death.
Okay, sorry, English is not my first language. That's all good. You're forgiven. Thanks for being honest. No worries at all. Welcome to the stream, One Herring. I hope you're doing great. Hope you're doing great. The worst thing is she used the trans debate as fodder to promote her feeble adult writing. Yeah. That Robert Galbraith shit. Horrific. Hey Baz, how you doing? JK's literally transphobic equivalent of the face of the KKK. Yeah, for sure, man.
Or Richter.
Very true.
Never happened. The pivot in claims may have come from tweets in Rowling's mentions about a recent libel-related court case in Germany over an academic accused of denying Nazi crimes by denying that Nazis targeted trans people. Malcolm Clark pointed to court documents from an appeals court decision translated into English that appeared to say that trans people were not the primary or first victims of the Nazis, though again, this has no relation to the initial claim and isn't a widely held view among trans people or academics. Malcolm, of course, found his way into my refutations of Rowling's attempts to pivot and use his thread as a source, but when asked directly multiple times if Rowling was incorrect about the book burnings, he failed to respond over and over. But
damn, weird that he did that.
That what was a fever dream was
the claim that criticizing Hirschfeld is somehow to uphold Nazi ideology around gender.
Of course, this is patently ridiculous. The original tweet Rowling quoted didn't mention Hirschfeld at all. No criticism of Hirschfeld was made or discussed.
Oh, they got so many conservatives in fucking Germany, like... I think that this is a thing that people don't understand. I think a lot of people think that just because Germany had Nazis, like an actual like fascist regime once, that somehow they're not conservative anymore or whatever. It's just not true. It's just not fucking true at all. Like my mind was blown, yeah, when I realized that there are actual fucking neo-Nazis in in Germany. What does that even say? Spiny Watson 411 says, how does J.K. Rowling, the Harry Potter series, bashing on trans by Nazis? What are you asking me there? What are you talking about? What is that? I need a sound effect of like that cat going like, huh? Huh? You know which one I mean?
How would she be asking for a source on someone's opinion on what it
Yeah, you got like the ADF party in Germany. Yeah, it's fucked up, right? It's fucked up.
Means to criticize Hirschfeld. It was a weak attempted deflection, one that even he didn't try and defend again. And also, that was not something Rowling herself ever claimed. If there's one thing Malcolm Clark loves, it's sourceless claims and amateur obfuscation. Much of the discourse eventually led to one contentious debate. Did the Nazis target trans people at all? Joanne seems to think they didn't.
Please do that. I am very fed up being accused of the same thing, just because I have the temerity to state that a thing didn't happen, i.e. the suggestion that trans people were targeted for extermination based on being trans.
Authoritarianism can happen everywhere. That's true, this dungeon sub-boss.
An alien concept to this particular faction, but at some point, enough has to be enough. The truth does matter.
There's no tragedy where they didn't suffer more than anyone else. No issue in which they don't center themselves, language, history, and other people's oppression. All must be reconfigured around them.
Much of the argument...
She's gotten so bad. Like, I have to say this. Like, I don't pay much attention to J.K. Rowling because it's like, what's the point? Like, all she's saying is just nonsense bullshit. She's just a hateful person. Everybody should block her. And that's the end of it. We need to, organize anti-fascist organizing around, like, protecting trans people as a result of her kind of rhetoric. What are you talking about? Spiny Watson says, Nazis target rich people that didn't work. Trans clout chasers shouldn't be rich. What are you fucking talking about, dog? What are you fucking on about? You're not making any sense. You're not making any sense, dude. What?
Here is that trans people may have been targeted, but only
what are you on about?
Gay or Jewish as well, and never actually due to being trans. This is untrue. In response to this claim circulating and being circulated by Joanne to her approximately 14.88 million followers, Eli Ehrlich created a website that explains exactly this. Much of what I'm referencing came from this site. So, did the Nazis specifically target trans people? According to literally Auschwitz.org, the site run by the Auschwitz Museum and Memorial.
Until 1933, Rome's brown shirts attacked gay bars throughout the country. Many were closed down and the rest forced to operate illegally. At a meeting of municipal administration officials in Hamburg on November 13th.
Yeah, that was pretty good running Apple Chips, yeah.
For instance, the chief of police was ordered to pay particular attention to transvestites and send them to concentration camps.
The U.S.
Hard workers should be wealthy. Okay, dude, whatever, man.
Holocaust Memorial and Museum had this to say.
By the 1920s, large German cities like Berlin.
There's either one or two things happening here. Like, you're like a child, or English isn't your first language, or you're like fucking drunk as fuck. And I'm just going to let you like try and do like a couple more chat messages to try and ascertain which one of those it is to find out whether I need to fucking ban you.
Hamburg became known for their open, tolerant atmosphere and nightlife. Dozens of different bars and nightclubs.
My man said, what are you talking about? My man said, what are you talking about? What am I talking about? What are you talking about? Fucking get out of town. What am I talking about? What are you talking about?
Clubs welcomed a wide range of different groups.
No one knows what you're fucking saying, dude.
Gay men, lesbian women, and transgender people, who were often referred to at the time.
My man literally said, what are you talking about?
As transvestites. An advertisement for Violetta Ladies Club shows
oh shit, dude.
Form a shared sense of group identity among these communities.
Remember the case I mentioned earlier? It was the academic accused of denying
funny as
Nazi
fuck.
war crimes by
you can stay, man. You can stay.
Trans people. This is from the written testimony of Lori from that case, which details that this topic isn't as black and white as gender-critical anti-trans activists like Joanne and Malcolm would have you believe.
The first scholarly publications on transgender people under National Socialism argued that they were not persecuted. To be more specific, one foundational essay argued that they were not persecuted, and another argued that some trans women were, but only insofar.
What is the conversation subject? Jesus fucking Christ, we're not having a conversation. I'm not having a conversation with you. That's not what's going on here. I'm reacting to like a video, innit? Do you know what I mean? That's what's going on. You came in and you started going on like, how does J.K. Rowling, the Harry Potter series, bashing on trans people, a sentence that doesn't make sense, right? It's like, it doesn't make fucking sense. We asked you to explain that, and then you just said more nonsensical stuff.
Far as officials mistakenly believe them to be cisgender gay men. This, however, is not accurate. Newer research shows a more complex and more violent situation. The newer scholarship also makes the case that racial status and other factors mattered when trans people ran into trouble with the Nazi state. Trans people were at risk. The risk they ran varied according to other things in their lives.
Is this Benny? Is this Benny.gay?
Not all trans people suffered violence, yet there is a pattern of state hostility and police harassment
Might not be,
of
actually.
trans people, particularly trans women. In some cases, it ended.
I think the video makes zero sense. Okay, go on then. Why? Go on, Spiny Watson, with your vast knowledge. Yeah? Tell us. Oh, Spiny Watson, who's been here for a maximum of 3 minutes and watched possibly 2 minutes of the video because the rest of the time you've been sat there frothing at the mouth, typing fucking nonsense on your keyboard. Yeah? Go on. Tell us exactly why you think the video that you've seen fuck all of makes zero sense. Go for it. Go for it, dude. Oh, wait. Gay people are not interesting. Aww. Is that the best you could do? My okay, first up, second up, third up, right? That is so fucking funny that's the best that you could do, man. That is so fucking funny. I'm gonna be real, dog. I think you should put the bottle down. I'm gonna be fucking real, dog. You should put the bottle down.
In murder. Often, when one sees the term persecution in the context of the Nazi state, one thinks foremost of the persecution of Jewish Europeans.
Not being in the limelight is not the same as discriminating against gays. No, but you're desperate to be in the limelight, and you're discriminating against gays, aren't you? So, even more complete nonsense.
Europeans. The Nazi state systematically rounded up whole communities of Jews and
Bubby, welcome in.
as well as straight, cisgender,
Missed you too.
Transgender, deported them and murdered them. This did not happen to Aryans. It did not happen to Aryans.
My man, you know what happened? You know what's really funny about this, yeah? You know what's really funny about this guy in particular, right? Because, and I'll tell you what it is, right? Oh, no. You think I'm going to engage in some kind of a debate with you after this now? No, you're absolutely having a laugh. Yeah, come on. You wanted the limelight, dude. You wanted the limelight, so here it is. Yeah? Here it is. So my man comes in, yeah, and says, how does J.K. Rowling, the Harry Potter series, bashing on trans by Nazis? And we're like, what the fuck are you talking about? He goes, Nazis target rich people that didn't work. Trans clout chasers shouldn't be rich. Hard workers should be wealthy. What are you talking? And I said, what? We were all saying, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's what we said, yeah? We said, what are you talking about? And then it was this. For ages, yeah? For fucking ages. And then my man comes back and goes, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Right? Nonsense. And then what are you talking about? And then goes, what is the conversation subject? Right? You don't even know what the fuck you're on about. Right? And then my man comes back with, gay people are not interesting. So what happened here, chat, yeah? What happened here is my man came in trying to be fucking smart, innit? That's what happened here. All this stuff here. How does J.K. Rowling? Trans clout chasers. Trans channel hair. What are you talking about? I'm listening. Right. That was my man trying to be smart, innit? Right? It failed. And so he immediately went to homophobia. Yeah? Immediately went to homophobia. Yeah? And now he's trying to debate us. He's trying to fucking debate us. Well, I got one little bit of a debate for you. But it's not much of a debate because it's more of just like, you know, I need you to tell me how it's going to be in this new family setup that we got together, man. Because I'm now like technically your stepdad in it because I have cummed in your dad so many times. Literally at the same time that I've been having this conversation with you. Yeah? That was him farting all my cum out. All of it. Yeah? All of it. All over your homework. I'm sorry about that, dude. Now you're banned from the Twitch chat. Goodbye. There we go. Now, wasn't that fun, everybody? He got what he wanted. Let's see how his dad likes this debate pervertry. Yeah, it's pretty funny, that, wasn't it? It's pretty good. Let's make a clip of that. Make a clip of that and stick that on my TikTok. Very interesting, wasn't it? Interesting. Drank all of his Capri Suns. That's right. Hold still, Spinny. I'm going to put a big gay jester outfit on you. Yes. Oh, anyway, let's crack on. Let's crack on listening to this.
Even if they were accused.
Solving the mystery of how to get men pregnant entirely just to dunk on this Twitch rando. God bless me all. Listen, I'm doing God's work. People don't know this about me, but I'm doing God's work. It's true.
Of crimes having to do with sex and gender, such as male sex.
All our pets have to be banned. He wouldn't have lasted that much longer. I guarantee it. He was getting desperate, yeah? Because the funniest ones come in and say something like, you know, MAGA 2024 or some shit, right? And then they get like progressively more stupid. That's how that like works, yeah? But that guy was getting more desperate that his hate wasn't coming across as intensely. That guy was about like 3 seconds. I'm trained in this shit, chat. I'm trained. I've been streaming for like 6 years now, 6 or 7 years or some shit. I'm trained in this shit. That guy was like 3 seconds away from typing a slur. You know, or like attacking someone else in the chat. It had to be done. Had to be done. What was I missing? Skidada in the chat. How are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah. Everybody, please go and show some love to Skidada. He did start out with some Nazi defense stuff. It was only going to get worse. Yeah, but it was like nonsensical. I didn't even know what the fuck he was on about. It was really hard to like figure out what he was actually talking about. But then it became obvious, like, oh, he was trying to say something smart, and then, you know. But I know what you mean, Prince. He was kind of being like a what do you call it? A red-brown guy, like a MAGA communist guy. You know, he was trying to say that like fascists were doing communist shit, like killing rich people who did nothing, kind of stuff. But that's not true at all. It's complete historical revisionism, right? Yes, let's crack on.
Or public indecency.
Hey, Fighter Jet, how are you doing?
Trans people. Without ever losing sight of the Holocaust, we should, however, allow that a group could be persecuted even if its members did not face highly organized violence like what Jews and Roma faced. So, for example, we correctly recognize gay men, regardless of racial designation, as a persecuted group. We do so despite the fact that Nazi authorities treated Aryan gay men and Jewish gay men in very different ways. Aryan men accused of breaking paragraph 175 could usually retain a lawyer. They often had a trial before a judge.
That's bullshit,
they were not
yeah.
always found guilty. Most men convicted under paragraph 175 served their sentences in prisons, not concentration camps. Some were murdered in the camp system. Some were sent to the camps without trial. That did not happen in all cases. The majority of approximately 50,000 men convicted under paragraph 175 in the Nazi period were Aryans who survived.
Just chilling after work, good to hear it.
Like Aryan gay men, if trans people
Corporations milk money from the Nazi government? Yeah, they did.
Subjected to a systematic roundup, such as what the Nazi state carried out against German Jews. They did, however, face state hostility, harassment, and violence because they were transgender.
Yeah, it's true.
Nazi officials generally had negative views of transgender people. In what may be the only Nazi-era book on the topic, the 1938 Ein Beitrag zum Problem des Transvestitismus, Hermann Ferdinand Voss writes, "Their asocial mindset, which is often paired with criminal activity, justifies draconian measures by the state. Prior to the Nazi seizure of power, not enough could be done about trans people," he wrote, but happily now, there is a possibility of putting the people in question in protective custody or possibly having them castrated or via temporary appropriate detention to impress upon them that they must put their inclination on hold.
Vile.
Based on this police report, Fritz Kitzing was repeatedly arrested in Germany for being a transvestite, which is now understood to be a trans person under modern language. They were confined to prison and then a labor camp before escaping to England, where they were arrested for cross-dressing again, and deported to Germany, where they were arrested again.
The report from that last arrest is
Cool
described
shit.
by the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum as follows. The report requests that Kitzing be confined to a concentration camp, but it also states plainly that there was no proof that Kitzing was guilty of committing any crimes. Instead, the report attacks Kitzing as a social threat to the Nazi regime's imagined national community. It states that a concentration camp was necessary because K is an untruthful and depraved transvestite of the worst kind.
You know, national community, read British values. It's all the same shit. It's all the same shit over and over and over again.
This document shows that the authorities did not imprison Kitzing to uphold the law. The report...
Anyway, listen, chat, there's not much left of the stream left. Not much time left in the stream. So please consider, if you are financially capable, subbing off Twitch. Only need £25 to get to the end of today's dono goal. We already raised about £25 earlier. If you've liked watching the stream, if you've learned something, if you've laughed, please consider donating to the PayPal. Help me pay my bills. There's fucking all sorts of dono menu options. You can check them out down below. And yeah, if you donate a certain amount, you'll get a certain alert happen and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, please consider subbing off Twitch. I would only ask you to donate £5, which is the same amount that you would sub on Twitch with. But if you sub off Twitch, it means that 100% of the money comes to me and 50% of it doesn't go to a terrible platform like Twitch, which bans people for talking about Palestine permanently. Good friends of mine, actually, who I love very much, and various other horrific things over the years. So please consider that.
The court recommends a concentration camp even after concluding that K could not be proven to have committed an illegal act. Why would authorities still target Kitzing if no laws have been broken? Kitzing was sent to the Sachsenhausen camp later that year. After being transferred briefly to Gestapo custody in Berlin in 1937, Kitzing was released. After more than a year in custody with no evidence of a crime. A few days later, Kitzing was permitted to collect 2 suitcases of women's clothing confiscated by the Gestapo. In March 1938, Kitzing was arrested again for blackmail. Police quickly established that Kitzing had not been involved in any way. However, searches of Kitzing's apartment turned up letters written to friends in England about conditions in the Nazi camp system. Kitzing was taken into custody for spreading so-called atrocity propaganda against Nazi Germany. No further records exist, and Kitzing's fate is unknown.
Trans people were targeted by the Nazis for being trans, just like gay people were targeted by the Nazis for being gay. Gay men obviously weren't called gay in Germany at the time, but Joanne seems to have no issue saying the Nazis targeted gay people. Transgender people weren't called transgender at the time, but it seems Joanne does think that's a reasonable argument to say that trans people weren't targeted. While Aryan LGBTQ+ people had a different kind of horrible and unconscionable persecution by the Nazis, that does not make it unhorrific. It does not mean it did not happen. It does not mean that denying that it happened isn't a denial of Nazi crimes. It does not mean it isn't anti-Semitic, homophobic, transphobic, and fucking dangerous. Rowling has been accused of anti-Semitism before. Her depictions of goblins in her Harry Potter series have widely been panned as anti-Semitic caricatures. I discussed the ties to anti-Semitism in my 3-part series, Gender Critical, which discusses my time undercover in their private anti-trans Facebook groups. What happened this week served to show to everyone what LGBTQ+ advocates have been saying for years. There is no level that Joanne won't stoop to in order to attack the community. If denying Nazi war crimes helps her movement, she'll do it in a heartbeat. Joanne may have denied Nazi war crimes, but she isn't a Holocaust denier. She admits the Holocaust happened, but she is engaging...
Yeah, the worst thing to learn about World War II is the people your country sent back to the Nazis. Yeah, well, we learned last night about Shanghai being one of the only open ports to Jewish people during the Nazi regime, right? When someone was talking about how China saying stuff about Gaza and Palestine and calling for ceasefire was like wildly anti-Semitic. That was on Breakthrough News with Rania Khalek and Arnaud Bertrand.
In what's called soft denial, or
like the only port that was available to Jewish people, you know, it was like that, or try and settle in, you know, Palestine, essentially. Go and join the Zionist settlers there.
Holocaust distortion, or Holocaust revisionism. These terms are important distinctions that allow historians and academics specificity in discussing these denials and revisionisms.
Holocaust revisionism falls into this category of pseudo-history, whose purpose is the denial of the past for present political or ideological reasons.
The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance has a few examples of what constitute Holocaust distortion. The one applicable here would be intentional efforts to excuse or minimize the impact of the Holocaust or its principal elements. This is what the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust says about soft denial.
Broadly speaking, Holocaust denial is any attempt to deny the Holocaust happened. Holocaust distortion, sometimes referred to as soft denial or Holocaust revisionism, is where the Holocaust is acknowledged to have happened, but where the extent or nature of the Holocaust is questioned, minimized, or trivialized. It is important to note with these definitions that Holocaust distortion can, of course, lead to denial, particularly when the uniqueness of the Holocaust is questioned, or when facts are distorted so grossly that the reality of the Holocaust is denied.
In response to her Holocaust distortion, or soft Holocaust denial, Joanne's sycophants have been coming to her defense. One claimed Holocaust denier was the latest slur to silence women. People in her replies were saying things such as,
all this proves is A, the Jews are behind trans surgery and always have been, and B, the Nazis weren't the bad guys.
In replies to trans woman Katie Montgomery, there were varied opinions on it, like,
we're at the you're a Nazi stage of online tedium now.
We need more camps.
And
normal.
The Nazis were right for banning transsexual filth.
I hope Joanne eventually does the right thing instead of just liking posts from far-right Trump supporters who agree with her. I hope she admits she denied a Nazi crime and stops speaking over and for LGBT.
Netanyahu is also a revisionist,
but
yeah.
I also hope I win the lottery. Not sure which is more likely at this point, but I'm likely dying poor. I'll leave this with a particularly apt and ironic quote by Joanne herself. One that describes her perfectly.
People who believe themselves possessed with almost saint-like righteousness are capable of blocking out almost any evidence that contradicts their worldview.
Is she fucking serious, man? Jesus Christ.
I can't say for certain until this video is live, but I'm sure all the discussion of Nazis and the Holocaust will have left this video buried by the YouTube algorithm and with limited to no ad revenue. So
Muhanga with a £2.28. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Let's fucking go. Yes. One of the new alerts there. The Helvetica scenario. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. That means that we're up to £270. That means we only need £30 to hit the midway dono goal to unlock double feature movie night. Yeah. Yeah, the alert scared me a little bit, actually. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, is that in the video? Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. And yeah, take this opportunity to go to the top of the Twitch chat and like Kaylan's video. Like on it, comment on it. It's been buried by the YouTube algorithm. Go help him out. It's really important that more people see this about J.K. Rowling because she's a horrible fascist fuck. But yeah, I think if you want to, I think that's pretty much it. I think that's pretty much it, chat, for today. And it looks like we didn't hit the dono goal for the day. But it's okay because we still hit quite a decent amount of donos regardless. And the only reason that I'm a little bit awe about it is because I really wanted to show off more of the alerts because they're really fucking good. And I can't wait for a day where people donate loads of dough. Not just because it means I get loads of money, but it also means that loads of the new alerts will get played. And they'll be really funny. But what I am also noticing is that like the stream is a little unstable on Twitch. And I've not been getting encoding options. So I'm going to have to like change a bunch of stuff with what I'm doing actually on Twitch. Because I think it's probably like kicking some people out of the stream. And that is probably having some kind of an effect on that. Is anyone here tonight having any kind of an issue with the stream? Like, is it fucking up? Have you got like mad lag and shit like that? Has anyone noticed anything like that? Be helpful to know if that was a thing. But no worries if not. No worries if not. I'm gonna leave chat with this really important song I'm gonna play again. Yeah, I've been having lag. Yeah, I think some people have been like experiencing lag in it. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Really appreciate that. A few minutes ago, the video was a bit laggy. Thank you, Alice. Yeah, not me. Not with your stream. Was having some issues with other streams later. It's saying unstable on Twitch, so I'm gonna try and address that anyway. One Herring says a bit of a lag. Okay, thank you. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out and try and deal with that for tomorrow's stream. It shouldn't be too hard to sort out. Just gotta change some of the encoding settings, I think. What did I want to do? Yes. I'm gonna leave you with this, chat. Let's not forget this, yeah? Let's not forget this. Important message from Chumbawamba. Get your lighters out. Get your lighters out, chat.
Without a trace, but battalions of fascists still dream of a master race. The history books they tell of their defeat in war. They all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. They say the prisoner of Spandau was a symbol of defeat. Whilst Hess remained in prison, then the fascists they were beat. So the promise of an Aryan world would never materialize. So why did they all come out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died? The world is riddled with maggots, the maggots are getting fat. They're making a tasty meal of all the bosses and bureaucrats. They're taking over the boardrooms and they're fat and full of pride. And they all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. So if you meet with these historians, I'll tell you what to say. Tell them that the Nazis never really went away. They're out there burning houses down and peddling racist lies. And we'll never rest again until every Nazi dies. Thank you, Sean. Thanks so much.
That's right, chat. That's right. That's right. Never forget it. We're going to go ahead and raid someone. On Twitch. Who do we got? Who do we got? Who do we got? It's an important message. It's an important message. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here tonight. Thank you so much for all the follows. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the chats. Thank you for the donos. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for chatting away. Thank you so much for lurking away. Really, really appreciate that. If you're watching this video on the VOD channel, please, excuse me, make sure you like, comment, subscribe, all that kind of stuff. We're going to head over now to Beeps, the wonderful Beeps, who is streaming the new Stardew Valley update, which is very exciting for everybody who loves Stardew Valley like me. I do kind of want to check it out. But obviously I'm not like, you know, a gaming streamer or anything. So with that in mind, let's go and watch another person play it, yeah? How about that? But again, thank you so much, everybody, for watching this evening. It's been really, really cool. As always, I will see you tomorrow. In the meantime, check out my link tree for all of my socials. Check me out on Twitter. Check me out on TikTok. Check me out on Patreon. I got a bunch of different content for you all to consume over there, over here, over everywhere. And I will be back. Same place, same time tomorrow. Good night, good night, good night. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah.